You're listening to 148.8 Goon. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad.
Are you waking up in the morning exhausted, tired, realizing that you serve zero purpose and should literally kill yourself right now? Do you go to the fridge while doom scrolling on social media, wondering what you're going to do with yourself? Do you feel that there's just something missing in your life to bring the joy and spark that you used to have back when you were younger? Now introducing Smart Brand Sloppy Toppy. Our specially trained service associates specialize in goth girl, alternative rock, dommy mommy, and uwu soft girl, and have been trained in the techniques of Gok Gok 9000, the Salt Shaker Poppy Toppy, and the Gok Gok Gulp Gulp, and will suck you drier than the tombs of Asmakut. Smart Brand Sloppy Toppy. We'll get that nut out of you.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, Carl's words of wisdom.
You know, sometimes y'all just don't need to be talking. Just close your mouth. Just close your mouth. You're listening to 148.8 The Coon. And now a word from one of our sponsors. I say, are you tired of having a dinner that is lacking flavor and makes your husband look at you funny? Are you looking for some kind of dinner that is able to serve up a good sense of jazz at the table? Take from me, James Bartholomew Crowe, and my friends call me Jim, and have all regular spice jambalaya, red beans, and rice. Plus, more flavor than the levies. If you want to be able to jazz up your table, choose Jim Crow's tonight. Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized and Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nick today, or you hate black people. Hey everybody, it's me, Carl, and I am joined by Foggy.exe of Yaplock. Foggy, how you doing? Ah, shit. I forgot to undeafen myself on the inside. Foggy, how you doing?
Nah, you're good. I'm good. How you doing?
I am as excited as an African-American black man can be to live in America. So pretty good! And we are also joined by Horror. Hi, Horror.
Hi.
This is the product of Horror's Wood of Hunger, where she wanted to put two people in a room and see what would happen. And like a chemistry experiment in science class, we are burning the house down with this one.
It's
Yeah.
more like I was poking Foggy for information because I was watching his stream on this. And I was like, do you have this? No, not yet, but later. Oh, cool. And then I said, like, well, I'm giving this to my friend to cover because it's hilarious and he'd probably get a kick out of it. It's primo content. You're like, well, I mean, I can guide your friend through this if you want. And I was like, oh, yes, the stars have aligned. Let's fucking go.
I've weirdly become the Leadhead Sherpa, and I don't know how to feel about it. It's like one of those things where it's it's just like, I guess this is just the idea and the concept that has been given to me, and I'm just like, fuck it. At this point, it's just gonna be fun. You know, just love doing like little deep dives on people and their shit. So fuck it.
Yeah.
Lord knows we love deep dives over here. But at the same time, I understand. Like, I've been in that scenario. You never know when it happens. The algorithm, the drama algorithm as it is, the matrices align and they choose specific people to be the ones responsible as the first hit that the internet gets on a topic. And the first hit usually leads and leads. Sometimes they flop it. Sometimes they take it. You've taken to, like a fish to water. So ultimately, in this scenario, it's going to be on you for it. I guess, like, for people like our good old gay pirate friend Lewis McClung in Cataclysms, for people like that, it was Augie RFC, and he fucking led them like a symphony orchestrator, turning his chat against him and getting them on the same page. Everybody has their different way of doing it, and in this situation, it's on your shoulders to be that guy that does it. And honestly, behind the strings is Hellfire pulling the goddamn strings to make everything possible.
Pretty much.
Well, you know, normal for my audience, actually.
Piper.
Yes. Unironically, you're eating all of us like rats.
I pay attention to some weird shit.
We all pay attention to your shit.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
Like I say,
Oh,
nobody...
I gave you one earlier today that's going to be interesting for later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, his name is Alpha Dom. You want to take a wild swing at what he does?
He does nice arrangements of gardening.
No, he does the whole, hey guys, this is how you get women. Women, get on your knees, hands behind your back, and shut the fuck up.
That's what I said.
Christ.
That's what I said. He's a very big expert in gardening. He's got a lot of hoes.
Yeah.
God.
Apparently he says he has 6, but you have to sign a $3,000 NDA. Oh, you have to pay $3,000 and sign an NDA in order to see them, so...
Alpha
You have fun
dog?
with that later.
Jesus Christ, these people are fucking weird.
I can send that your way if you want.
It's
Sure,
like...
you know what? Yeah, send me Alpha Dong. I
will 100% do that for you.
I will shit on this man's entire life.
Without
man,
looking at it, I can tell it has something to do with the red pill, because it's basically old school pickup artistry content.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I'm like, is this like a guy that is like, like on the border of attractive, but like is?
No, he's not attractive at all.
Oh, he's one of those. It's even better.
Oh,
There's
boy,
his
I love being
website.
I love an NTR expert.
Wait, is this what I think it is?
Whenever those come along, the uglier the better.
Oh, this is this dude! This is the guy that Moist Critical bought his fucking shit for.
Yeah, he came
yes!
across my way through somebody called Lazy Bedhead.
Oh,
She was
yes.
going over a couple of the alpha male life coaches, and this is the first guy she talked about, and I cackled listening to this guy.
This is the dude that records in his car.
Yes. Yes.
Fucking motherfucker. Yo, maybe
I'm sure your audience would have a field day with that.
Oh, maybe I should. Fucking recording in his Toyota Prius.
Picking up chicks in his Uber, apparently. Oh. Anyways, back on topic. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That shit is too funny.
But yeah, you see, chat, I'm not the only one that she fucking works her hand over the head of. Pat on all of us. Today, chat, we're going to be doing a nice, deep look-through of one Leadhead. Some of you who were on my stream when we covered it know that we were looking through what was the first, which is 8 videos in a playlist that we have assembled today to really get the quintessential essence of what Leadhead is, because for those that have no context, we're going to lead you into it. But first, before we even get into the content, I have a audio message from my woman, which she was asked to record specifically to lead us into this content, because Leadhead deigns themselves a woman, a mother. They of course are transgender, so they feel like a mother because they have and are the head, if you remember, of a found family of queer individuals. They are a transgender that I believe also lives with what I assume and I believe remember is also a transgender or queered person, and they effectively have their home as a form of queer family shelter slash home unit full
What did you
of
call it in your stream with Diesel? Was it the tranny house?
So the transy house is so just as the context, the transy house
Transy.
is an actual, or was an actual, wayward house for gay and trans individuals in the New York area in the East Village from like the 80s up until like the 70s and 80s up until like the early aughts. And so like that was like a whole big thing, and she's essentially like looks at like gay and queer icons and is now saying I can do that but in the Appalachia region.
yes. And
Ding 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 ding.
And unfortunately, kids, when we say Appalachia, we're not just talking about the normal kind of cryptid Appalachia. We're actually talking about cousin fucker territory, because you see,
We're not talking about Wendigoon. We're talking about Billy Bob and his sisters.
we're talking about some straight up deliverance, because in this household, they do have adult age children, air quote, and they decided to bring them inside of a very strange circumstance of a sexual polycule. I am remiss to tell you that Leadhead is a transgender puppy girl, and we're gonna learn. We're gonna open minds, open hearts, closed legs, closed mouths, because I don't want nothing going in there, and we're gonna learn from Leadhead everything that we need to know about them, and everything that they have published publicly about themselves. We're not here to insult them. We're not here to antagonize them. I do not have opinions. Well, no, I do have opinions, but I will not be voicing opinions about how I would critique their personal lifestyle choice, but specifically them as an individual, because I do not care about their transgender status. I care about the content that they are doing of their character. Because if you did indeed look at the thumbnail, that is not me taking her out of her words. That is something that is real. One of the things that is actually necessary to her background is that in a further video that we will get into, she explains how they were cheating on their partner. And apparently, motherhood inside of that comes to them with being honest, but honesty coming out of their personal desire, not out of the need to do what needs to be done. So, I want to know, main topic, main idea, I want to know what led you to decide to do this, and also decide to create a transgender puppy girl polycule with people who are at least, 10, 15 years under your senior, and why you chose to cheat on your ex-partner, because you were trying to help them with their depression. But, before you get into that, I'm going to now play this message from Star for all of you on Motherhood.
How do I view motherhood? I view it as lullabies
Are you
and
gonna share
turn
that?
too loud.
I have to play it as an audio note. She sent it to me as an audio note in Discord. You might have to listen to the feedback of the stream. There's no way for me to download it either. One of the quirks of their video note system. I've tried to record it any other way, and the app just literally will not let me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to listen to the VOD for a second. We're going to try and keep it quiet and clear for 7-ish minutes. I do have the back end in video format version, but she gave that to give context to what she was talking about. So we have to do it this way, unfortunately. So if you can hear it on the back end, you should be able to like just listen to the VOD from there.
How do I view motherhood? I view it as lullabies entirely too loud in the middle of the night. But no, really, I see motherhood as a reason to be better, to do better, a reason to be who I wanted to be and need to be, because I have to change, because I'm somebody else that I have to take care of, that has to look up to me to see how to behave and how to act, how to clean, how to pay bills. It's a reason to strive to do better. A constant reminder that I can change any situation that I am in to make it a better one. To stop being a people pleaser and focus on me. Because by focusing on me, I focus on him, or vice versa. Motherhood is different for everybody, though. It's a reason to eat healthier. It's a reason to go outside and play, to be a child again.
There's a little bit of a quiet point.
To remember everything's not stress. You just need to sit and relax and enjoy the little moments, the little things. A reminder that what I might see as a bad day and a different perspective is a good day. To stop being so hard on myself. Motherhood is everything that can be hard. And it can be easy. You have to teach somebody everything. It points out your weaknesses, the things that you don't like about yourself, because you don't want your child to grow up doing those things. Motherhood to me is a blessing. I know my life would have been different if I didn't have him. It helped me get my life back on track, as it does for many people. That doesn't mean it does for everybody. Everybody sees some people, their life's already on track when they have kids. But motherhood to me is something to bond over, not something to fear.
There's another little bit of a quiet point here. Okay, yeah, that was the last word here. And then the video file that this goes alongside of, that I can put on the screen for everyone. 1 second. Please show me the records. Yes, it is. And then this right here is the piece of paper that she had in her hand that she was giving this based off of as she was recording that for us, which was just a picture of scribbles that Zulian was drawing on while she was talking, or rather talking and doing in his sleep, and then kept working on in his sleep. I don't know. This child sleep draws.
Motherhood is also remembering things don't have to be perfect to be perfect. If I color, I feel like I have to color perfectly in the lines and it has to look fantastic. This, he was so proud of doing. He thought it was the best picture in the world to draw.
So, that, to my woman, is what she thinks of motherhood. Transformative. You think more about the people around you and yourself so that you can improve in the future, so you can both be a better standard to lead by and also a better reference point to improve for, so that everything that you do is in service, not just as a responsibility, but also as a point of pride and joy. You don't have to do everything perfectly, but you do need to have an idea of what you're going to do, and to also remember that you don't have to do everything within the lines. I'm going to interpret my woman's words as within the lines of what motherhood should be by the book, but rather where you have to meet it in your life. Because I think we can agree, take it off screen, I think we can agree that motherhood is based on the example of what you need to lead by and where you have to meet the change you have to make in expectation for yourself, rather than you need to get married, you need to have kids when you're in college, you need to be able to have kids between the ages of 18 to 25, otherwise you're going to have birth defects. You need to be able to have 2 kids with a white picket fence and a dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, parenthood is a very powerful thing. Not everybody's cut for it. That's perfectly fine. That's actually part of the whole point of it. But I do think that there's a really important thing that a lot of people see parenthood as the catalyst for change, when in reality parenthood is the motivator for it. And a lot of people will say, well, what do you mean by that? It's the idea that it's having a child or having a life in your life is not the solution or the start of the change. It is the reason that it has to happen. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's and I think that that's really the misconception in a lot of different ways, and a lot of different, like, self-help growth and all of these things. And it's so bizarre in every way possible.
Like, I know that, for my opinion, because dealing with children, dealing with women with children, dealing with men with children, there is a single person perspective, and then there is the relationship perspective. Mm-hmm. No matter if it is your biological child, you are effectively de facto, especially if they are a baby, you are de facto a parent. So there is no partying late out at night. There is no, I'm going to meet up with the boys and go to this place without you calling in and checking in with them to know what's going on and what you're doing. There is no, I'm going to do this real quick and we're going to boom, 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 knock these things out. There is no random drop-bys from friends at the home, because that destroys the rotation, because now the baby didn't get a nap. And so now they're going to be cranky and angry and hungry. And that's going to now knock out the rotation of what you had to do for your home chores. There is the fact that even if you are dealing with the chores, that there will be chaos. No matter how perfect a plan you make, a baby will throw several monkey wrenches and an elbow, probably a literal elbow, at your head and face. And you have to learn to roll with the punches. There is no going out for singles nights and drinking. especially if you don't have every single thing perfectly laid out where your girl or your guy can be at home to look after them. This goes for both men and women. And certainly, in my case, there is no, well, it's not you and me and the baby, it's me and you and there's a baby there. No, that's unacceptable, no matter what. If you ever look at a child as a barrier to you having a life, so basically you feel that you're trapped, if I didn't have this kid, I could be doing so many other different things, you're just not a parent, period. You can't be a parent because you're not in the parental mindset. Ultimately, for most people, you would get to have the time in which the pregnancy gestates, and then eventually you deliver to decide what you're going to do. Because most people, they would rather be double income, no kids. They'd rather be dinks. Because having adult money and then having the freedom to go do adult money things is the equivalent of living like an adult child. Instead of being able to relive elements of your childhood with your child by sharing it with them, and those things now becoming their thing too. So, when people go to Disneyland, for example, people don't just take them to Disneyland because they want to be dinks who will see it as, we have thousands of dollars of income, let's go blow it on merchandise. Instead, it's like, how do I make magical memories that my child is going to appreciate long into their life? That will become core memories for their developmental cycle. For some people, that means being able to take the family on a Disney vacation. For some people, especially in my tax bracket, that means going to a really nice restaurant that you otherwise would not get the ability to go, that you'd get the ability to go to. Or going to a Waffle House and seeing your burst bar fight. And allowing your child to see the culture that they're going to be brought up in and that they'll come to appreciate. Or the even quieter moments of grilling out in the backwoods with dad and learning how to fire up a broiling oven to cook a turkey safely so you don't burn your house down. Learning how to cook shallots, fishing out by the river, playing video games for 10 hours with no stop and pause until the kid falls asleep and you carry them into bed. All of the factors that I would say the millennial parent generation have had to learn are the quintessential lessons that every generation of parents have had to learn, because we're the generation of gentle parenting. People either tried to give us hard, stern lessons that we turned away from, or we're all children of broken households. So every lesson that we had to learn from observation growing up as a latchkey kid, we now carry into our way of parenting. As I experienced this in my childhood, so my child will never have an absentee parent. I experienced this in my childhood, and so I will never let my child know about things that they should not know about, or I will never let people speak to them the way that they spoke around and treated me. I didn't experience this in my childhood, so I'm going to make sure my child knows exactly who their parent is, and that they have the understanding of knowing that they have a family, instead of disembodied voices from the other side of a room telling them through sticky note that you need to get this done, that you need to get this done. I experienced this in the childhood, so I will not hound my child about good grades. Or because I didn't have discipline in my life, I'm going to try to do my best to not carrot and stick them, or to boomer parent them, but I'm going to try to not know so much gentle parent, as in I will never give them hard corporal punishment lessons, but I will instead find ways to give structure without needing to make things like bedtime seem like a punishment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Every step of parenthood, ironically enough, is the same DNA behind becoming an adult and even growing a business. I would compare it, since we're on YouTube, I would compare it to being an influencer. The same lesson that you have to give to yourself, learning how to thrive in an ecosystem, moving and navigating the social circumstances, the cliques, the culture, the attitude, the counterculture attitude. It's the exact same thing. The only difference is that the actual baby of your business is a living, breathing person. And all of the potential, you don't ever want to spoil it. Because if something happens,
there is no one else to rely on, really. At the end of the day, if you want to go down to the smallest factor that you could go to, single parent, there's nobody but you. That child has you, and whatever assistance the government of your country happened to give you, provided for you. And that's it. Fuck it up, they're going to take your kid away. If you are in a relationship with a partner, it's you and him, or you and her and that kid. And any other circumstance you bring into that will invite havoc and chaos into their life. And you have to manage that chaos to protect them so that they can develop correctly. Like, I wouldn't normally say it like that, but no, you need your child to develop correctly. They need to be a kid. If you adultize your child by exposing them to elements, so here, I live in a place where we are the number 2 violence capital of America. I don't want this child to grow up knowing violence. I don't want him to have to be prepared to run from police. I don't want him to be in a culture where he is prepared to have to do violence for reasons other than protecting himself and his family. I don't want him to get into drugs. I don't want him to get into fights over ego. I don't want him to feel that he has to fight for anything that he doesn't already have provided for him. Period. So, parenthood. Short, sweet, simple. Pretty much everybody can get them on the board with that. I'm seeing people giving their examples in the chat. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, exactly like that. Like, your focus with parenthood should really be trying to make memories so that when your child looks back on them, they can do the exact same thing for their children and their children and their children. So, standards, traditions, culture, protecting said culture. Pretty simple stuff. Now, let's get into what Leadhead thinks is important. Let me bring this up here. We have an assortment of videos to go through.
Just too many sometimes.
So should we start in the order no, actually the order you place them in is the order they need to be in. So we have to start from early impressions of motherhood.
Yeah, so the order of this playlist is so to explain this playlist is to explain who Leadhead is. Over the last year, gaming essayist creator Leadhead, she has approximately, I think at this time, 350 plus K. I think it's like 370K something subscribers.
341K.
Oh, 341K. There we go. I was trying to remember. Irrelevant, but it's important to know just kind of her reach. She's a pretty sizable creator in her own right. She, over the last year or so, has created what she dubbed the Honesty playlist. These are just some of the ones that I've curated. The first two are the most important videos of understanding who she is, and kind of why everybody saw her and has been looking at her. The third video gives context to a little bit more of how she treats the people in her household and their interactions with their families. 4 and 5 have specific time codes that I have that just give context to other things. And 7 and 8, I like to say, are additional viewing on your own time. But yeah, the first, because the first two are so dense and there's so much shit there. Yeah, number 6 is the special one. Puppy Girl Psychoanalysis is the special video, I like to say.
The thumbnail gives me fucking ick vibes. Disassociation versus self-expression. It's giving me the JoJo ominous vibe right now. I can see them floating in the air around me. Alright, so let me take this off because I currently have a green screen on it so that the chroma key sticks out. The thumbnail, chat, is a picture of the Giving Tree. I'm sure all of us have at least heard of or at least read this book. You are going to the place they're about to take you. Let me just take it away. Let's just go from here. All right. So it's also very important for you to know some of these videos are unlisted. So for me, when I see that a piece of content that you're supposed to be presenting to people is unlisted and or is behind some type of a wall, I inherently believe that that's you saying that you do not want people to see said work. Now, I know that in the case of playlists, it is possible for you to put something on a playlist and then still present it. But for a figure of this size making talking videos, which you put a lot of, and she does put some level of transitory and video editing into this, I think you'd want people to see it. So, first question, breaking out the Obsidian notes. First question, why do you have opinions, and why do you then hide them? Let's start there. Let me start the video.
When I was a little kid, one of the children's books that my mom kept around for me was The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein.
Mind sharing the video with us?
Yes.
I remember liking the illustration.
I'm trying to set it up so that it is in frame. 1 second. I'm getting it in frame, and I'm getting the Obsidian notes on screen in frame. I could also put them in a watch together as well. That would also work.
All good, all good.
Okay, chat. Chat, can you see this? Is this good enough a size for you all? Yeses, no's, yeses, no's, yeses, no's. And then Obsidian notes. Let's start a new drawing. And this thing's going to be filled by the time we're done. I'm seeing yeses. All right. And here we go.
And I was a big fan of exploring the woods and climbing the trees around my neighborhood, so I really gravitated towards the book. It's a pretty contentious little poem about a tree that gives and gives and gives until eventually she has nothing left to give. I didn't think much of it when I was a little kid, but rereading it as an adult, I'm forced to wonder why my mom gravitated towards that book in particular. Would you believe me if I said that my fiancé and I had a 19 and a 20-year-old pair of kids? Well, it's complicated, seeing...
So right there, you go from, hey, I want to tell you guys about this poem. Also, did I mention that I have pure adult children in my house?
It's one of those things to note that Leadhead is 26 at this time. Just randomly 26 and has adult children.
There's a style of video edit that essayists love to have where they will hit you with a lot of information that you have to process. The first thing goes out of your head entirely. But I want you guys to hold on to how they presented that. I'm going to play the section for you again. Okay? It happens really fast in those 41 seconds.
When I was a little kid...
So, they have it sectioned out as part 1, The Giving Tree. Got all this nice wipe effect editing that they're doing on screen. Then, they hit you with the presentation.
One of the children's books that my mom kept around for me was The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. I remember liking the illustrations, and I was a big fan of exploring the woods and climbing the trees around my neighborhood, so I really gravitated towards the book.
So, they hit you with some backstory about their life and about how they felt about their mother. Pretty chill. Pretty straightforward. No problem with that. Giving you context about why it's such a big deal for them, how it relates to their mom.
Pretty contentious little poem about a tree that gives and gives and gives until eventually she has nothing left to give.
And then, I would say my first question is, who the fuck is calling the Giving Tree contentious? I don't think any people really think about things like this. Like, I've seen jokes about things like the Hungry Little Caterpillar in meme format, but we all know that that's a joke.
And what's really interesting, it's her read on the book, on the themes of the book. It's so very one-dimensional, and that's why she considers it contentious. It's not at public consumption it's considered contentious. It's specifically the way she reads it. And that's very important for the rest of the topics of motherhood in this video.
Yes, because from this right here, it sets the pace, because you're gonna take the concept of what they said about a book, and you're gonna apply it with an air of contention with everything that she says. Because who thinks that motherhood is contentional? We're not going to get into the politics of that, but let's say, without needing to use the transgender line of what they claim motherhood should be, you know, the compelled speech, the forced language, not a mother but a birthing person, not a pregnant woman but an impregnated entity. That one is a new one that came out of the Trump administration, revealing how they were talking about women inside of these government group chats. I'm not sure if you know about that. Do you know about the governmental group chats that were being revealed by the new Secretary of the Interior?
Not to my knowledge. I hadn't looked into it.
Basically, government employees were having the equivalent of internal group Slack communications about transgender culture, about kinks, and about topics which the contents themselves are contentious, because government employees are talking about pretty much risque, not safe for work kink culture while employed with the government, and it's being done on government company time, and then at the time under the framework of not Trump's administration, but Biden's administration, and how Biden spoke and effectively controlled the conversation on what you could and could not do in the military. So, affirming gender describing language, hate speech connections around said language, and whether or not you would be allowed or not allowed to give your opinion about it. All of the things that in Canada, you do this incorrectly, you're getting brought up on tribunal charges. So, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I didn't think much of it when I was a little kid, but rereading it as an adult, I'm forced to wonder why my mom gravitated towards that book in particular.
Weird thing to say about your mom.
Would you believe me if I said that my fiance and I had a 19 and a 20-year-old pair of kids?
And then just, here's something that I think is very interesting about why my mom would pick this book. By the way, I got kids. And they just keep going. Like, we're not about to talk about that. So, based off that, that's within the first minute of the video chat. My first question that I'm going to write down here, as I put the obsidian on the screen. My very first question is, do you take motherhood seriously? From how they talk about it right now, I would question this person's opinion about everything. Because I don't necessarily have the best relationship with my mother, but I'm on decent enough terms with almost all the females in my family. I would choke the living life out of me if I thought to even speak in such a way where I would question the whole mental aspirations of the parent, and then speak with an inherent hatred of motherhood. Because, and we've said this before on air, so I'm gonna repeat it now. That is deeply misogynistic, and that is deeply concerning, because you cannot have a healthy perspective of how to parent, or even what a parent does, if you do not respect both sides of the equation. Because as much as we love to see people try to be dad momdy, you cannot be a father and a mother to your child at the same time. You can't be both carrot and the hugger. You need to have a balance of discipline, and you need to have a balance of nurture. Usually, kids go to play with dad, and then they go to be comforted by mom. If they do get scolded, it is by dad, and then they get hugs and kisses from mom. You have to respect the masculine aspect, and you have to respect the feminine aspect. Questioning the concept of motherhood from your mother's perspective, and then announcing to your audience this information about adult children, more or less disqualifies you, in my opinion, from anything I say about it being taken as serious from you telling me about your experience. Because, sure, the topic is about motherhood, but wouldn't you then criticize that in tandem with how your dad was? I don't think at any time during any of the content they have ever mentioned about the living situation with their father or their parental father figure or any parental father figure. I think they do make mention of like a parental father figure as a family friend in the honesty video, but it felt more like it was a family friend.
So from my understanding, just based on what Leadhead presents, Leadhead presents that her family to a degree is understanding and that she has some type of relationship. From what we know, she has two parents, mother and the father, as well as a sister, younger or older, I'm not entirely sure, because it will be revealed at one time she does have to move home and live with her parents again with her fiance. And there's a specific reason why, and we'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
All will be revealed.
Well, it's complicated, seeing as I'm only 26, but we do.
The next thing that I picked up on was the age. Because I'm not saying you can't have... I'm not saying that that you're a bad mom if you end up being a teen mom or a teen dad. But the ages, obviously, are just going to completely knock you off. Because 19 and 20, obviously, you didn't have no fucking baby when you were 5. So what do you mean you're a mother to adult children?
For the past couple of months, found family has been a pretty prevalent theme in my videos. This idea of people I've met and become friends with taking on the role of family members in my life.
Okay, so then they mentioned about found families. Unfortunately, I have a nifty thing where I can click on the screen and I can post this directly into the app. Alright, so, found families. In the context of motherhood alone, you already have Heart Cell, right? But they then mentioned the found family aspect. You want to talk on that?
So a big thing about the way Leadhead identifies found family, and it's really important to note this as well. The concepts of found family are within the purview of progressive, more progressive spaces, and specifically in queer spaces, a lot of found family is there, and it makes sense, right? You are outstretching your ideas, you're outstretching your opinions. This also happens in other communities as well. Very insular or forced insular communities, ghettoization of specific cultures and other individuals is sometimes often where this idea of aunts and uncles are not necessarily blood related, but are of proximity. So those things happen, and this is where Leadhead is taking this concept on its face as found family and kind of identifying all the different features and factors that would make found family tolerable to her audience, which is a more progressive audience. But this is manipulative in so many different ways because this is the end of the honesty arc. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, and on its face, this seems potentially misguided, but, quote, endearing. But as you go forward, you'll realize that the found family itself is based on foundations that foundations that would take place in no type of family. And that's really important to identify.
Mm-hmm. Because there are multiple types of family. Because effectively, the kind of, quote, found family that the transgender community and that those that are queer and queered, Q-R-E-E-R-E-D, so not just they are queer, but they are open to the political and the mental aspirations of queering, which is effectively the verb helper form of being queered. So the political lens and the physical, cultural, diegetic adaptation that becomes a part of the culture that involves the essence of, I'm going to call it big gay politics. I'm going to say big gay as a whole, because it's not just the L and the B and the G, but also the T. of how they conduct themselves in polite, both public and private society, will be reflected upon and how it meshes with the interlocking of where you meet that concept and where that concept takes you. So in the idea of found families in New York City, you're talking the AIDS crisis, you're talking homelessness crises, you're talking high rent, you're talking rent fixing, you're talking 5 to 8 people living out of a 2-bedroom apartment, or I would say 1,000 foot studio office space that was designed for maybe up to 4 people as a halfway house for multitudes of people, a creative space, an artist space. Anybody who's ever seen Rent, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're talking about the, I would say, bohemian mecca of the most progressive as progressive can get. Everyone involved moving in the same direction with a general idea, with an internal, rigid, muscular culture that is defined by the experiences you have lived through, pull your history from, and have as a centering foundation. Because, mind you, sometimes people will say that transgenderism itself is a fad, when really it is not. It is a breakout expression of a further development that happened from actual gay politics and their ability to make a root for themselves. This is where you get into Stonewall. This is where you get into the never-ending movements and the never-ending protests that have multiple martyrs. This is where you get into, really, the consequences of the AIDS crisis and how people try to ignore it because they would rather not think about those people that are dying off in droves, because who cares about them? You push them to the edges, you don't look at it, you don't have to care. This is something else entirely. Right? Because it's a little linguistic trickery. They say found family, but at the same time, it's more like, imagine the concept of a den of thieves, but everybody is possibly gay, queer, NB, ace, some type of demisexual, and or all are possibly the worst contingent elements that society could produce and offer, and the best, but sometimes mostly the worst, and they are all existing inside of a pressure cooker with the pressure button on top of the lid, and the lid is permanently spinning in a state of hyperfluidity. And the second anything goes wrong and you click the lid off to take it out of the locked position, it blows like a powder cake. That is essentially the transgender scene, as it were. Not specifically the transgender scene, because it's the most furthest form and it's the most developed, quote, cutting edge of queer politics. When we're talking bleeding edge of politics, like the bleeding edge of technology, this is the bleeding edge of that thought school. Everything around transgenderism and everything around their viewpoint and the lens of transgenderism is in a pressure cooker. So, on screen here, you can see that inside of my Obsidian, I wrote what this is really against, right? Because when you say found family, that doesn't discriminate the idea of what most people would call found family. Because, for example, Horror, you come from a military background. You have family members that have served, just as I have. Inside of found family, you could have people inside of a unit come together because they went on service with each other, and they all came back from war, and they all became Fire Forge friends, right? She might be stepped away. But yes, she has. I've got family members that have served through military or served through Fed work and have given some part of themselves for the country and for other people. And through that, they have found community. Same thing with athletes. Same thing with gamers. Pretty much almost everybody here is a gamer. One's in the chat if you are. Two's in the chat if you're not. And if you're not, tell me what your background is. We've all come from some idea of finding family and finding community and finding camaraderie in the spaces and places that we make for ourselves and that have been provided for us by either other people or that we designed for ourselves and then invited people into. That's mostly what Goobergate was around, but we ain't talking about that. But it's similar, right? When you then invocate the idea of found family, and then you talk about motherhood, you're not talking about motherhood. You're talking about an affectation of motherhood, a simulacrum of motherhood, right? Because when you invoke motherhood, there's only really one way to become a mother. And even if you use medical intravenous therapy, like IVF, there's only one way to become a mother. So, what you end up saying, and what we're hearing, and what we're seeing, is, I'm a mother of adult children. They're my found family. They're my kids. Versus, I gave birth to this child that I begged you to fuck into me, and that we raised and nurtured from a baby. So, women, natural biological mothers, versus this version of motherhood where you step into a parental nurturing role. It doesn't quite disqualify it, but it's like Bizarro Superman versus Superman. It is a perversion of the idea versus the actual concept outside of the abstract. The more that you put into the idea to paint it up, the less you remove it from its natural counterpart. And the more inherently it seems inherently disrespectful. For me, I think there is an inherent disrespect to necessarily use mother in the same sentence as adult children, because the children are adults. They don't need a mother. They technically require no true guidance in that face as far as like society's concerned. But in here, you're taking on the role of being the thought leader of a family unit.
But I would like to highlight something.
Yeah.
Is that there are a multitude of parents who are adoptive parents and things like that, or step parents and things of that nature. I think what it is that is especially different here is the presentation regarding how this found family is quite legitimately a cohort of individuals raising one another without having the next step. Because let's be honest, the head of the household is Leadhead because she is the breadwinner.
Mm-hmm.
That's just her. I am convinced personally that her YouTube channel is what supplies that household. Now, obviously, there are multiple people in that home. They do live in a home in which, they live in an area in which money goes a long way. Especially because you can consider what Leadhead does, and you would consider it a at-home job. You would consider it remote work, and she is getting monetary gain that is, let's just say, outside of whatever she would get from a part-time job, which I believe she has done in the past or does do currently. But like, this house is kind of surrounding her everything, and it's very, very weird and very interesting in her ideals. But again, there are parents that step up. There are step parents, there are adoptive parents. It doesn't discount that factor is still there for a bunch of other people. But there's something inherently different when it comes to this quote unquote adult children, when they are so close in proximity to age, and the fluidity of sexual roles as well in the house that like it kind of gets into. It's very, very weird.
This could be something as traditional and familiar as a girlfriend that you live with and see every morning as you wake up and every night as you go to sleep, or a roommate who's like a sister to you. Typically, though, it takes the form of a friend group who you love as if they were a family. Good times, bad times, sickness and health, depressed phases, financial distress, car troubles, drama, it doesn't matter. Most people who find themselves in relationships like these are trying to make up for the dysfunctional families that they grew up in. And
so, basically Power Rangers. I'm going to be as nice as I can say it. The way that she describes found family is suffering through trauma and trauma bonding with people whom otherwise you would have had no relation to if you had met them in any other context. So, the way that the university system tries to get new freshmen to be caring and involved with their fellow classmates by putting them through 4 years, at least in four-year colleges. Tech schools are not like this, and focused private schools are not like this. Some religious schools and some religious colleges can be like this, though, depending on what your course load is. But universities will place freshmen together the same way that they try to put new age freshmen together in various blocks of groups and classes, so that even though if you had to take a remedial class or you do not need a remedial class for your general education, they try to put you together with other freshmen in those classes so that you can become familiar with them and you can then trauma bond and grow with them. They do that in schools, they do it in colleges, they sometimes do it in factory-based businesses, where they'll put the new person with another new person to work underneath another person of superiority so that they can get advice from that person. Basically put you closer to someone who's familiar to you in the job, who's either a fast learner, if they don't just outright give you a teacher or a trainer to guide you in the general direction. Which, that's fair, but you know who would I'd associate that to? I'd associate that to a community club. I'd associate that to an after-school program. Like, I would not go into a 6 to 6 after-school daycare program and as a fucking counselor say, hey everybody, this is my big family and these are my kids. I bring these people in my home. I tuck them into bed at night. That's not even close to the goal. Now, for some of them, if it's like a halfway house system, because halfway houses can work like this, shelters can work like this, that's an entirely separate thing. This is a private home that's not open to the public, that she brought people into. It's funded off of her wealth. And I don't even want to look at the number. The number that I looked at when I looked into how much she made, just like I look into most people that are like in the sphere of being a bread tuber, let's just go with the level of suspiciously wealthy to they will never struggle. I think in Leadhead's case, it's closer to just suspiciously wealthy. But we're talking like the difference between people like her and H-Bomber Guy. I don't know if you know how much H-Bomber Guy makes, but it's not outside the realm of several $1 million a year, just based on, you know, Nebula, being a priority creator, people throwing money at them because they're fighting the good fight against the Chuds. It's not an outside realm of money. She's not like a secret millionaire. But this is
no. She's probably from what I can tell, it's sizable enough to the point where, again, I don't really shit on people for their money. I don't really give a fuck, right?
Yeah, I'm not rich shaming them.
Yeah, no. It's like one of those things where it because there's other factors to it too. I would say that it's comfortable to a degree, which is perfectly fine. Again, they have multiple streams of revenue as well. Leadhead is also an OnlyFans creator. That was a recent transition, from what I understand. Not as recent as like this year, but a couple months ago, from what I can tell. Which again, totally fine. I don't shame sex work. If you do it, and more power to you. It's just again, these little dynamics here and there that kind of make up this whole conglomerate of there. It's not just suspicious, it's just there's something going on.
So like for me, a good example is the motherhood aspect, and then OnlyFans. So you are the mother of the household, you do videos on the internet through YouTube, and then you make money on the internet through OF. When you mention that the children themselves are adults, the normal expectation most of us would jump to is like, you're setting your kid up for failure. Because the nanoangstrom of a second that another child, the yoctobyte of a second that another child near the age of your child finds out what you do, and you don't at least try to sensibly prepare people around those people for that discovery, they're going to have a hard life no matter what, right? The other side of this is then people bringing in the moral judgments about your work. Ooh, you say that you're a mother, but you're out here doing OnlyFans and shit like that. I don't care how you make your money. I care about you being reasonable and responsible. Based on how they present themselves, I can only imagine they are like a findom or something. I don't need to see it. I don't want to know. The point is, you have this money, you have this wealth, you have access with this wealth, You have a level of control that is then defined by the supplying of this wealth. And it's so convenient that these things line up in such a way as they do. We'll get more into that later. Just put that nugget in the back of your head. We're gonna put this here. I'm gonna circle around this. We're gonna come back to this later. Let's keep going.
So whatever happens to a found family member, however they grow and change, found families are supposed to stick together and support each other no matter what, in the same way that they wish their biological families had been capable of.
Right, put a note in that. Found families are meant to stay together. Unlike their bio families. So there's an inherent nature where, in her opinion, found families function better than normal families because we all know what happens in normal families. The suggestion is, well, we're transgender / queer / NB / bi / big gay. I come out to my parents say get out. They said that they want a boy, but they got a girl, and they said they disown me. And the only place that will accept me for as I am is living here amongst Tarek and Dyrell and Big John. You know, my trans sisters. I have to call a spade a spade. We know what happens in most situations, and that's why people have that concern in the first place. Obviously, it's not all of them. In my experience, some of the best transgenders and some of the best big gays that I've ever seen and or met in my life have been nothing but sweethearts. And they have a rough edge because the world will treat them as a circus freak, as a freak show to be reacted to. I used to live in California, so I know how that can be on the most progressive end. And I have seen how they've treated people in places like Appalachia, how they treat them like places in the dirty South, how they treat them in places like Philadelphia and Vermont and Wyoming and Ohio or Oregon. And on the spectrum between literally break your windows Nazis, beat your head in with a bike club, and we just want to be left alone. We don't care about showing off our degeneracy to other people. I don't like the fact that they do that too. Conservative gay or conservative transsexual. There's a balance between the two of these where that statement in and of itself, I'm gonna put a box around that. That statement in and of itself, you can see it, right? You can see how, okay, so the family couldn't accept them, so you could accept them, but you kind of don't see how you have responsibility for that now, right? Like, it begs a question that leaves an answer, but it needs a definition. So, putting that on the side, coming back to it.
At least, that's how sacredly I view the found family dynamic. Though it's worth clarifying that trauma is not a prerequisite to having a found family, a lot of the time it can be a pretty big motivating factor in seeking that sort of dynamic in your adulthood. While I think it's pretty uncommon for specific familial roles like mom, grandpa, or uncle to be established within a found family, that isn't unheard of either. Well, one day my fiancé and I, along with the two youngest in the household, were going to the grocery store to pick up what we would need for dinner. My girl and I were both in a pretty bad mood, but these two were just running around all full of energy, grabbing all the snacks and candy that they could carry to the register. They got so distracted that they even lost track of us and had to look all around the grocery store to find us again. Once they finally did, the youngest, this 19-year-old boy, called us Mom and Mom. That little joke, bolstered by the obvious aesthetic similarities of two kids running amok while the fiancé and I spent upwards of $50 to feed them and the rest of the family for the night, felt different to me. Never in my life have I been called mother to someone unless there was some sort of sexual connotation at play, but that's not what this was.
Why you gotta say, why? Why do you need to reveal that I've only been called mother in a sex conduct? Like, no, you don't. It is manipulative honesty. Manipulative honesty.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna bring that up. I was gonna let them find a period in their sentence, but we can get into that. Okay, so only been called mommy sexually. And at the same time, now that we all have the understanding that these are adult children, we went on a shopping trip, and the kids got lost in the store. Now, I don't know if that's a Costco. We have one of those here. Technically, our Costco is now. So I think Costco itself as a brand is now known as Sam's Club, and is actually partnered with the Walden family under Walmart. I don't know if you've been to most supermarkets that have various different designs. Aldi's, Fresh Markets. Sometimes the layouts of them, they're like designed to be open and inviting, especially the more well-constructed ones in culturally gentrified areas. So like a couple of street blocks down from me is a shopping center. It's got a Publix on one side, and then there's a road division, and then on the other side it has a Michael's, which is an arts and crafts store. It then has a Dollar Tree, the Dollar Tree. It has a Value Cuts hair shop place. Then it has a Fresh Market, and the Fresh Market is of average-ish, corporate, gentrified market size, designed to be the upper middle class or the lower middle class meeting point of how high avant-garde, fresh, or exotic you could get your homegrown vegan supply for. Pretty much like and more upscaled than you'd expect from a Walmart. You got manned people there. You have specified exotic cultured shipped foods. You've got your quinoas, grains. I'm getting there. Then across the street, fucking Target, right? I don't know if you've ever been in a building with adult people. It's really hard to get lost in there. And then you're talking about your kids, air quote. You're talking about your kids. Then you pop in, I've only ever been called mom sexually. Right after trying to frame a story that, if it were being told by Hollywood, would feature actual children. And the tone of how they describe it, alongside the fucking twee music.
You know what it also implies?
No, go ahead, tell me.
It implies that there's been something sexually happening between them, and they never called them that outside of said sexual content until then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. It'll go into the next sentence. If you let the video play, she will say the out loud thing, but I will say this. She never refutes this in the video.
That's because she's a creep. She's a weirdo. Get the fuck off the internet. You don't belong here.
I think I'm the closest to Kurt Cobain. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. But yeah, I was gonna let her get to the natural end of her sentence, but the presentation of this information is presented in a way like a new mom's talking about their kids, but the entrance of that sentence makes you stop what you're doing and then replay the last, we're at 3 minutes, 10 seconds now, the first 3 minutes of what you've heard, and then start getting up in your chair a little bit and asking yourself, what the fuck do you mean you've only been called mommy sexually? You must be... Because the first take that I came away with when I was listening to this for the first time was, damn, you've never been called mommy before, except out of sex? Damn, that must be like never getting a hug. Now with the added context that they're sexual with the children, oh, I'm fucking these kids, and the last time this kid called me mommy was when I was fist deep in them.
Remember, just as a point of order, it's adult children. We should say that it is adult, quote, adult children, or as we say in my community, because it's a long story, we have, quote, found the adult minors.
We found the adult biter, Big Jimbo. He needs his stuffy so he can sleep.
it felt more like it was his way of saying, thank you for cooking for us tonight, and thank you for putting up with my high energy.
Because, you know, when I get involved in a polycule, when the guy that was just the dribbling power bottom comes up to me and he's like, well, thank you, Carlo, for tucking me in that bed last night when I made the fucky wucky and shat in bed. That's definitely how I would like that to happen. Nothing fucked up about that at all. Don't you laugh. This is real life.
We both laughed it off, but there was a part in my fiancé and I's minds that really appreciated it. Being in a crappy mood, but going out of our way to take care of these two innocent people, it felt like something new that my fiancé and I could bond over. Something we hadn't
They're not
experienced
fucking
together
innocent.
before.
Do not lie.
If we're a family and her and I are the oldest and these two are the youngest, then yeah, I guess we're moms together. It's a cute thing to be able to say about my girlfriend.
Also,
and I.
it's something very interesting is that the mom moniker is one that is thrust upon her. It is not one she chose to take. Mm-hmm. It's actually a very important distinction that every time I hear it, I always forget to mention it. Leadhead never saw herself as a mother or saw taking in these two individuals who are trans, and it's to be noted because the specifics is Leadhead is teaching these two individuals to be trans, but it doesn't include the context of the fact that she didn't choose to be this. It was thrust upon her, and she grew more comfortable with it over a period of time.
Ayo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Or?
No, I was saying ayo because it was thrust upon her and it wasn't of her choice.
No,
Ayo.
that's a pause. But yeah, you're right, because as she just described, she is supposedly made the mother alongside their romantic partner because they're the oldest, so that makes them the dad momdies. So rather than mother being a role and also being an act of service, literally if you choose to go the angle of I am described by the thing that I do, I am a mother because I am mothering them and caring for them, it is instead a job title. She treats it as a job title with a button. Hello, I am Leadhead. I am Team Mom.
Mind you, this was before I ever proposed to her, so it was a little bit of a step for us, honestly. Well, as the weeks went on, our boy was calling us mom and mom more often. It got to the point where he felt like he was being disrespectful when he called us by our actual names, and now it's weird when I do hear him say them. I don't think I've actually heard him say Penny in months. Next thing I know, we're giving him all sorts of advice and making sure he doesn't stay up too late when he has work the next day, making sure he eats enough, teaching him all sorts of life lessons about being trans, as he'd only transitioned about a month prior to all of this. And
He, meaning she, so, born male, became transgender. I'm going to assume Penny is Leadhead's name. Penny, born male, transitioned, then is transgender female, sex partner, born male, transitioned to female. Wait, no, he. So, no, I was right. So, born female, transgendered male, only a few months ago. How long was this individual in the family structure? I don't think we have a time period on when that started. I'm assuming this will be in the later content. Because that was one of the first questions I had watching this. Because if this started as a sexual encounter first, and then grew from here into something else entirely, then Leadhead just admitted to sexually grooming, granted, adult, but to sexually grooming a child into a family structure. Would you agree or disagree?
I think one of the things with this is that, like, I personally don't care if somebody's trans identity is existing, things of that nature. But one of the things I would say is that it's this weird, like, symbiotic relationship of kind of just broken people in broken homes, just kind of just trying to find each other and, like, latch together, just doing what they do. And I do think that it's inherently malicious to also be tied up in the fact that a person is being specifically looked at as a sexual being and then looked at as family, because if that's the case, then that's not how family works. Inherently, you don't just lose the sexual attraction. That's not how that works. It's just there's so many different factors. Again, like, and that's why it's a big thing for me every time I have this discussion is I don't give a fuck that Leadhead is trans. I don't give a fuck that the people in her life are trans. But I do think that there's a level of societal and social stunting that's going on that Leadhead is taking advantage of with these younger individuals in the home.
Because the way that I read from this is that the reason why they say it now feels weird when they do not call them by their name. There's a reference that I didn't think I'd make in the middle of my progress. When they don't call them by their name, and instead are referring to them as the affectation mom, they have inherently now created the obvious, in any other normal situation, mental, what's the word I'm looking for? Disassociation and the mental disconnect between the sexual and the familial, because obviously you don't have sex with your mother unless you're Greek and your name is Oedipus, because it is already there's the word I was looking for, it's already cognitive dissonance enough that you are calling an adult person your mom. Even if it's seen as a sign of respect, you're calling them mom and or mummy or some type of affectation of a person of responsibility with familial ties to you because of how they know you so well. And at the same time, you're having sex with them. That's already hard enough to begin with. Because now, the power dynamics. Does this person actually have control over you? If you're involved with them, do they have a way in which they can be able to directly affect and control your life by having leverage because of the fact that you are doing something that could be seen as uncouth or reprehensible? Work business association. Are you fucking your boss? Are you fucking your secretary? Are you fucking your employee? Are you using the fact that you hold power over them as coercion to have them to continue or to engage with sex with you? Are they doing it because they are getting benefits and favors for being effectively your cum socket or being a cum socket? Or filling their cum socket, rather. It can go both ways. You can go both ways, chat. In some people's fantasies, it's always the female employer doing it to the male employee. In this situation, parental figure. You're having sex with a person that you're calling mommy. You're leaving change for $1, let's say, after saying, damn, that fucking quesadilla that you made for lunch was slamming. I can make so many jokes, but I'm gonna be serious. How the fuck do you look at them as a parent when you are effectively, even if they ask for it, sexually degrading them? They are inherently in conflict. The only way that it would make sense is in a sexualized role that is akin to DDGL. And by inherently placing the concept of BDSM into the dynamic, it already inherently makes it sexual, meaning it is inherently something that requires you to have already disassociated this to the point where this is a scene. The reason why it's not that bad is because it's not real. But this is supposed to be real. We're not talking about just the concepts of kink anymore. Now we're talking about actually living and breathing and living and breeding I can keep doing it. Oh my god. Living and breathing, associating, fixating, and working with someone that you now are sexual with. So it could start out as kinky, but let's say you're in a house situation. Let's say you move into a place and you are living with a co-ed roommate, and you and them come to a concern on the table where you sit down and you have a serious adult conversation. Listen, I have a woman, you have a man, but we decided that they are overseas. I'm just creating the situation to try and make this seem sensible. None of this is rational, but I'm just saying this for the basis of an argument. You're living in a place, you're single, the person that's moving in, they're single, or you are in a relationship, but they're abroad. You are in a complex situation where you haven't finished a relationship that you're in. You're on rocky terms. You're on a break. You're separated. You're going through a divorce, or you're going through the processing of a divorce, but you're not fully divorced. You have emotions for other people, or you are a single person entering into a situation with another woman or with a man of some type, if you have sexual attraction to the person at all. And they come to you and they sit at the table and say, look, there is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and on the marketplace, you don't have money for one, and I don't have money for one. So, like, I find you sexually attractive, and I'm not seeing anybody. You find me sexually attractive. You're not seeing anybody. Even though I don't think it's that serious, is there some way where we can be able to, like, come to some kind of understanding and copacetic of how we live in this situation? Mm-hmm. Even if it's platonic. Because usually, the way that this ends up happening, because I've been a person who's been responsible for helping somebody out of a situation, and I've been in the role of a member of emergency services rescuing somebody from a situation involving this, where they come to an agreement, and basically they are roommates, but they're quintessentially dating, basically. But it's only for formal purposes. They fund their money together, they throw their bills collectively at rent and shit, but they can bring people through the house. They can bring in strangers to bed. They can bring in friends or associates that are DTF in whatever fashion. Even without relationship to another person, you have agreed upon standards that you're not going to break terms on. So, the way that you should really look at this is like the kind of open door swingers community that swingers develop. And the same rules that exist in swinging would exist here as well. Where, yeah, you can sleep with whoever you want, but then I can also sleep with whoever I want, and I can bring them through the house and whatever, blah, 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 blah. So, in this found family situation, if you're having sexual intercourse with these adult children, what happens when the other parent or the other adult child accidentally walks in on you getting fucking breed pressed into the couch? What's the greeting? What's the formal greeting? Like, hey bro, when you're done stuffing mom, can you come in the kitchen, can I help with dinner? Like, I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm being dead assed. How does this work?
Yeah. Not to smartly interrupt, but I have a dog staring at me right now, so I'm actually gonna have to dip because this is the time she eats and gets like a 45-minute walk.
Oh, yeah.
But thank you for having me on. Go buck wild with the Leadhead. These videos are gonna get interesting. It's gonna get a lot creepier. But thank you for having me on for the time I was here.
No problem. If you get time, just come. Just tell me if you can, and we'll bring you right back in. All right?
Yeah, I'll try to see what's going on because I have something a little bit after. But thank you so much, and horror, you're terrible. I'm gonna have to look at this. I'm gonna have to look into this alpha guy now. I can't believe you did this to me. You're welcome. Oh yeah. Goodbye, chat. Thank you so much again, Carl.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Take care.
Take care, bro. My brother in suffering. Do you just collect us? Is that how this works, horror? Anyways. Like, I'm trying not to be explicitly vulgar about how I'm trying to frame this, but I'm trying to make it very clear There's no normal relationship that you can craft outside of make-believe, play, a pre-structured setup where you can have these kinds of interactions and still function normally, right? At least you work in these interactions and you not have awkward glances from across the room. Like literally horrified looks from everyone in the room, all eyes on me type shit. Let's keep going.
And even going into some sexual education stuff when necessary, as his homeschooling has completely robbed him of all sorts of information about how his body works. It's honestly scary. So, that sexual education thing, that really sounds like innuendo, right? Well, I'll be the first to say that when I first met him, I thought we were just going to be friends with benefits or something.
So, that is the direct admission that Penny, that had intended on having friends with benefits with this individual. So, Leadhead already looked at the individual sexually to begin with. I'm being asked to take something into a room, so I'll give me like a few seconds and I'll be right back. I'm finish typing this and I'll take that away. Can you handle... Jesus fucking Christ, I'm burping now. Can you handle the dare for me really quick, Horror? If you can.
I can try. I'm in the middle of monster hunting.
Okay.
So
You better not be getting...
hear me bitching.
Okay. You better not be getting ahead of me, god damn it.
Oh, wait, well, maybe not.
Okay.
Monster hunting, we're kicking monster tush and dead. Ray Dow, eat my ass. Hey yo, pause. Oh, I fucking wrecked him. Lol, 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 lol. I can't see chat, so I don't know who's talking. Apologies. My main screen is all consumed by Monster Hunter. Hey, thingy. Ugh. I've been playing this constantly for the last like 2 days. But it was great to have Foggy on. He's a cool guy. If you guys haven't seen his stuff, go watch him. He's a cool person. Yeah. Hey, what's up, beautiful? Why are you all polygonal and shit? Alright, can I make my armor now? Yes, I can. Yay! Armor! I look good. Ugh. This is just weird stuff. It gets worse, guys. I promise you, it gets weirder. And it gets worse.
Fuck. My chest. Okay. So, this is at 4:40. Leadhead has a pure admission. Size this up a little bit more. Leadhead has a pure admission that they were going to look at this adult child sexually, and that they were just going to be friends with benefits, and that the relationship developed from here.
After all, my fiance and I are in an open relationship. It definitely wasn't off the table as an option.
Then, 4:45, not only friends with benefits, my fiance and I were in an open relationship. I guess the words still are. I'll just go by the words of the video and go with were. I thought we were just going to be friends with benefits. thought we were just going to be friends with benefits. My fiance and I were in an open relationship. It was on the table. Where the fuck do we go from here? Do not try to recreate step fantasy with your children, men and women. Please do not destroy your children's childhood by making them sexual creatures. Please, by all means, do not do that. Okay. Let me try to stick this up. So, 440 in minutes.
But as time went on and he came to us for more and more advice, and we started taking more and more of an interest in his well-being and development, that motivation in him and I's relationship pretty quickly vanished from my mind. Suddenly, I completely stopped caring about how I looked around him. I just dressed for comfort, exactly as I would if I were home alone. He really did see us as his mothers, and we, with a little bit of time, started to see him as our son.
So, over time, they sexually developed into being involved with the kid in a way where they were in fact dressing not for comfort. Horror, you are a woman. Please translate what dressing not for comfort means.
No, she was dressing for comfort, not dressing up.
Yeah.
Dressing for comfort means that you're wearing sweats and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Not wearing makeup.
So, Leadhead admits that they were dressing up for beauty, to be presentable, to be liked, essentially, to something that effectively, as far as it goes with, you know, the open swinger lifestyle amongst transgenderism as a sure thing, they went from trying to make themselves presentable to being for comfort, which, casuality speaking, you know, that happens in all situations in relationships, but the fact that it is dressing no longer to be sexual with this person, and instead dressing for comfort because I'm their parent, and I view them as my child, and they respect me as though I am their parent. The mental disconnect, or rather, for those of you listening, the mental connection, I don't know, but let's go with the worst case example. She is dressed up in whatever way she considers is the most hypersexual you could be. For her, as she presents herself. She's presenting herself sexually as a piece of meat, equivalently. Don't know if it means teddy, don't know if it means lace, don't know if it means leather, don't care. Use the chalkboard of your imagination. They are dressing up sexually around this child in the beginning. Then over time, they stop dressing up sexually for the child. We're not going to factor in kinks here, too many factors. Keep it real simple. They were dressing up sexually, they stopped dressing up sexually, and started behaving more in time with being motherly. They eventually settled in to the roles that they chose to put themselves into, working from the basis of, I'm gonna fuck this person in an open relationship. At this point, you're already cooked. At this point, you're already cooked. Nobody made you say this. That is your words. I am condemning you by your own words. Let's keep going.
He wasn't just a friend, he was like, well, he was my boy. That's the crazy thing for me. In every relationship I've ever had, I was either focused on being a good partner or being a good friend. And in almost every friendship I've had since my later teens, the possibility of fostering a sexual dynamic has always been floating around somewhere in my mind.
What a wild thing to admit. Play that section again.
Or being a good friend. And in almost every friendship I've had since my later teens, the possibility of fostering a sexual dynamic has always been floating around somewhere in my mind. This young man, though, he showed me a new type of love. One that I've never felt before. I've loved as a friend and I've loved as a romantic partner, but I'd never loved as a mother before. I've never been in a position where I feel like I'm willing to damage a friendship with somebody for the sake of helping them grow as a person. But that's where I am with him. A lot of the time, I'm not his friend. I'm his mother, and he needs to stop getting in fights with his sister and never steal one of my cigarettes again because he's too young and handsome to be doing that to his body.
Mal. So, I'm still transliterating this down. Since the teens, sexual events have always been in the forefront of my relationships. I can't spell. Somebody stop making the dyslexic type. I have to type with my eyes closed. Yoing. This young man. He wasn't just a friend, he was my boy. Ever since my teens, sexual thoughts have always been in the forefront of my relationships. This is also another sick. This young man taught me how to love as a mother. And this is at 6:02. So, we've gone from the evolution of I was gonna look at them as a booty call from the other room, like you're living with a co-ed roommate that's DTF and thinks you're cute, to 6:02, not just my friend, was my boy, taught me how to love as a mother. You need to stop fighting with your sister, stop bumming my cigarettes, you shouldn't be smoking.
This is kind of where I started to enter a personally turbulent phase in this whole relationship. There were just so many different fears in my head. Was I taking this too seriously? Was I diminishing his agency as an adult and infantilizing him? Did he just start leaning into the mom thing as a lighthearted goof, but now he felt like he was in too deep for all of this to back out? Was I in the wrong for having such a deep emotional stake in him seeing himself as my son?
The answer to most of these is yes, yes, no, maybe, maybe, yes, no, and yes, you stupid! But that's Carl at home. This is Carl under the microscope. Under the microscope, should you hold yourself accountable for the circumstances and the dynamic that you've chosen to involve him in? Yes, you're a grown-ass adult. This was a choice that you made. And as the, quote, adult of the situation, who has more life expectancy, age, understanding, and, quote, know better, by being the elder queer, you are responsible for the actions and interactions that you platformed and that you gave agency to. So, if you start having second thoughts, that reads as guilt. And that's on you.
Well, that layer of fear diminished with time. Things like me fixing up his car for him and giving him rides to work while his car was still out of commission, teaching him how to replace a flat tire, or my fiance and I letting him share a bed with us when he was too anxious to sleep alone, or taking him out on car rides to try and talk to him and give him life lessons that his biological parents and youth group upbringing completely failed to give him. And the way he started to trust us in different ways than he trusts the other people in the house. All of it helped to dissuade those initial fears, and those fears were finally killed off when one day, in the name of the full disclosure I preached so hard in my video 2 videos ago, I had a candid conversation about those fears with him, and he told me that he did legitimately see my fiance and I as his mothers, and that he felt more at home here than he ever did with his biological parents because of the maternal love that we'd been pouring into him. So, I had all of those fears that I was just overreaching whenever I'd adjust my rearview mirror so I could keep an eye on him in my back seat, but those fears eventually subsided, and I got comfortable with the fact that we were his mothers, and that was an immutable fact of our dynamic.
I'd like to bring up, because the video is now at 7:41, for a significant portion of that, for most of that last segment, from 6:02 up until a point it cuts back in here, the sound effect was the guitar twee background with the ukulele. Then it cuts out entirely and then has a dramatic interplay of, I could equivalent to like cozy stream scare noises. something meant to give you anxiety and dread based on the soundtrack, and then cuts out to absolutely nothing, and then picks back up again with the twee music after the elude of these things they believe is the responsibility of fault and guilt that they're supposed to have. This is more emotional manipulation. This is more subtle, much more subtle, but still there manipulation. I would just want to make sure people notice that as a part of what they're talking about, because right now they are selling you the framework of a story and a narrative about the family and how the family works and what the family is and isn't. What this family is put together with different people at different stages of their lives, excuse me, with the different backgrounds that come from their life experiences because of it. What this family isn't is based on the framework that reflects a nuclear family in any sense of the degree, because it is made with people that, at least at this point in time, one was indeed formulated as a friend with benefit that turned into an adoptive child that they, quote, care for better than the bio family ever could.
However, that's when a whole new set of fears clicked into place. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm 26 years old, and considering I only transitioned at the age of 22, I'm basically just a 4-year-old trying to raise a kid, with the found family member he calls his sister getting more and more comfortable with seeing us as her mothers too, albeit at a slower pace. We're not even halfway through our 20s, and we're trying to take care of 2 kids who are nearly old enough to buy alcohol on their own. How the actual fuck do I be a good mother? Well, it's complicated. Time to talk about my mom for a little bit. While obviously I'm dramatizing a little, a quick way to communicate the finer details of my upbringing would be to say that a lot of the time, giving my mom the illusion of a happy Christmas card family was much more important than communicating the things that were really going through our minds. If someone says something even the least bit unconventional, like, I think I'll skip breakfast today and just eat a huge lunch, she gives me this look equivalent to spinning her fingers around and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe.
Then, at 9:07, we are then given a monologue of one part of a beginning monologue about Leadhead's mother and how they feel about motherhood because of how they were treated, and how this now has them effectively code switching between 2 different ways to analyze the surroundings and the situations they find themselves in because of how they felt and were made to feel with this mother. Let's listen to it again. From 7:41.
I'm going to step out.
Okay, no problem.
Alright, I'm going.
Let's play it again from, let's go 8 minutes.
Albeit at a slower pace. We're not even halfway through our 20s, and we're trying to take care of 2 kids who are nearly old enough to buy alcohol on their own. How the actual fuck do I be a good mother? Well, it's complicated. Time to talk about my mom for a little bit. While obviously I'm dramatizing a little, a quick way to communicate the finer details of my upbringing would be to say that a lot of the time, giving my mom the illusion of a happy Christmas card family was much more important than communicating the things that were really going through our minds. If someone says something even the least bit unconventional, like, I think I'll skip breakfast today and just eat a huge lunch, she gives me this look equivalent to spinning her fingers around and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its new.
That's a wonderful word there. Normalcy. Normalcy conformment. That is the wrong one. Why does that have so much hang down? Call me cuckoo. I can't spell cuckoo. Nope, I can't spell cuckoo. Fuck. What an interesting context. Most of the cases, I usually see it as cuckoo. I could have swear. Yeah, that's right. Cuckoo. My brain has been rotted by fucking Legend of Zelda chat.
Nuances until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe. My biological family, one full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers, has had to seriously bend reality over the years in order to preserve the illusion that any of us give a fuck about traditionalist values.
I'm going to play that section again, and I'm going to try and lean you in to what I'm about to say next.
Cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where if
A little bit further than that.
equivalent to spinning your fingers around and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe. My biological family, one full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers, has had to seriously bend reality over the years in order to preserve the illusion that any of us give a fuck about traditionalist values.
So they admit that they come from a family that is full of the most debased of the 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 debased that you could possibly have there or be by. Right? Let me play the section again. I'm going to write it down as we go.
A happy Christmas card family was much more important than communicating the things that were really going through our minds. If someone says something even the least bit unconventional, like, I think I'll skip breakfast today and just eat a huge lunch, she gives me this look equivalent to spinning her fingers around and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe. My biological family, one full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers, has had...
Queers? Queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers
had to seriously bend reality over the years in order to preserve the illusion that any of us give a fuck about traditionalist values. It's not like we keep all of these divergent personality traits of ours a secret from her, but we grew up in a house where you were expected to be neighborly to somebody who sexually assaulted you, just because they live next door. It's better to just ignore who your family is, because what matters more than the people are the postcards. Maybe it's a little cruel to say it out loud like that, but that's basically the vibe. I never really understood how somebody could end up like that. How somebody could trade a 20s scored by Black Flag and Hunter S. Thompson for this traditionalist posturing and erasure of human nuances. Until around the time of my most recent birthday, when I was first getting deep into this new experience of motherhood, The kids were both having a pretty horrible day on my birthday. I'm talking panic attacks. However, I've always liked making the people I care about watch a movie of my choosing on my birthday. And all of the love and all the lack of traditionalism in this family had my eyes set on the Royal Tenenbaums. I figured it'd be a cute movie that everybody in the house could relate to in one way or the other. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. Well, it didn't go over super well. We wound up having to stop the movie about halfway through and have a big talk with the kids about why everything was going to be alright and why they'll live to see that day. Talks like that come up a lot in this house, but my fiance and I work through it with everybody bit by bit. And to be honest, we are making great progress in our training to be impromptu therapists. It's kind of just our mutual calling in life.
Okay. And write that down. I need to shut my bedroom door in a second. Replay that section again.
Two therapists. Making great progress in our training to be impromptu therapists. It's kind of just our mutual calling in life. However...
Okay. So, some of this is transliterated to be general, not specific. But some of these are written to be specific and not general. We're barely mid-20s trying to raise kids. What are we doing? My mother would call me cuckoo for wanting to eat a big lunch, so now I second guess if I'm allowed to marry a girl from Detroit if I feel safe. That base level normalcy conformity. Is why I'm like this. She cared more about being postcard perfect than being real. My family full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers had to seriously bend reality to placate her. How could someone trade excitement and live for mediocrity like this? We're both working to our calling in life. We're Leadhead and fiance. Both working on their calling in life to be mutual aid and impromptu therapists. No mention of degree. This brings us to 9:07 to 10:55. Okay. It is at this point where we're beginning to see a picture forming in the thoughts of our head chat. Here's the reality, here's the goal, here's the bigger parts here that you need to focus in on. This tells us a lot of what we need to understand, right? We started here. I'm a mother of adult children. They're my found family kids. We talked about how this and this are against each other in congruency of their thoughts. Now, we are coming back to this over here. Found families are meant to stay together, unlike the bio families. Meanwhile, we're learning this individual has only thought about motherhood in the sense that they were a sexual agent in helping someone else achieve climax, and never truly understood the responsibilities of leadership through involvement in a structure. So, they have explained how the situation evolved. They have been subtly attempting to manipulate and couth and lull you into a state of acceptance of the information simply because of how strain of consciousness it is. have done so with the temperament of the editing, has done so with the presentation of the topic, has done so with the word choice that ascribes a specific emotion and response because of the language, instead of using the much more blunt language. They have explained how they evolved in this way and how they were responsible for bringing them to understand motherhood. And then from 907 to 1055, we get a full connective tissue breakdown of ultimately how Leadhead views a normal family structure. Quote, we are nearly mid-20s, trying to raise younger children that can almost drink and smoke. Leadhead's biological mother would have called her cuckoo for something, like eating a big lunch and skipping dinner. So, something that should have no true process on what they view motherhood as, has them second-guessing whether or not they can marry their fiancé, unless they, quote, feel safe. And base-level normalcy, otherwise known as making sure you eat on time and don't fucking starve, is seen as normality. The real word is normality, but normalcy, conformity. Normalcy, a word that was only used to frame COVID. This is not about COVID. She cared more about being postcard perfect than being real. And then, blatant admits, my family full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers had to seriously bend reality in order to placate the woman and how she chose to treat us, or how we interact with her. I'm assuming she's speaking of the Found family, so we're going to re-listen to it again.
We're not even halfway through our 20s and we're trying to take care of and calling them cuckoo. That base level of normalcy enforcement cascades further and further the deeper you look into its nuances, until we get to the point where, even as an adult, there are times where it feels like I'm being rude for thanking her for Christmas gifts as opposed to Santa, and where I can't marry a girl from Detroit without being constantly asked if I feel safe. My biological family, one full of queers, pornographers, addicts, and pushers, has had to seriously bend reality over the years in order to preserve the illusion that any of us give a fuck about traditionalist values.
So, repeating it again, that was in fact biological family. So assumptively, Leadhead also has siblings that are also like this. So they're queers, they're pornographers, they're addicts, and they're pushers. I would question the household that they grew up in, because clearly this is a good case of nature versus nurture. This is clearly a cut open sense and chance that somewhere along the line, someone either got to Leadhead, or they were never appreciative of their mother's efforts to understand, to connect, to care for them, and never attempted as a mailed child before transitioning to become closer to their parent and understanding why they feel as they do. And full of a family that has others that are now like this, they all, quote, put on a show to keep the peace. Because found families stick together, even though normal families don't. Assuming that the other siblings themselves are not also found family siblings. When they get to how they talk about what life should be and can be, they talk about it in the sense of, how could you live like this? How could you want to be happy with memories and moments and the vibe of things? You're constraining us, Mom! Mom, you're not letting me breathe and live, Mom! What transgender daughter thinks of motherhood in this way? This is not motherly. Even if I disagree with their actions, a motherly thinking person would think this in the viewpoint of what does she got to do to keep you breathing? What does she got to do to let you live? And I'm sorry to tell you, big boy. I'm sorry to tell you, big sister. Sorry to tell you, big sister. I think your mama did the best she fucking could. I think your mama did the best she fucking could with what she was working with. Because you still ain't fucking thankful. This is probably more than definitely going to be a multi-stream topic. I don't know how many it's going to take me, but it's going to be definitely a multi-stream topic. And then you follow up that disrespect of your mom about how she's trying to give you a good outcome and a good experience and caring for you, nurturing you, and loving you, with then saying, oh, me and my transgender fiance, we're working on our life's calling to be mutual aid and impromptu therapists. I don't know if that's serious. I'm thinking that it must be sincere. It's delivered as sincere. But clearly you didn't even take the time to assess your baggage and your package between how you feel about your mom. And you're gonna go on and give advice to other people based on your framework and your knowledge. You believe that your job as a member of your family is not to try and understand your parent and then try to communicate with them. It's to keep information away from your family members. How does a family function like that? I can tell you from experience right now, part of the dynamic of my own family structure is that everybody has to struggle with talking to each other. As some people are plain to know. And the reason why is because there's history there, obviously. Just like there would be history there. Based on the history with your parental structure, Leadhead. Your entire background of motherhood is already built on a broken foundation that has no congruency to any other person's definition or general idea of what motherhood would become. And worse, because you are a transgender child, you are looking from the perspective of what is not necessarily a feminine interpretation of motherhood, but instead a masculine interpretation of the motherhood, which is what gives sense to the misogyny. Even men that are straight have an understanding and a love and affection of their parent, because that's your mom. That's the only fucking mom you're gonna have in this goddamn world, biologically speaking. To understand her inner life requires you to try to take a part of it. If you don't take stock of the internals of your mom's inner life and what she prioritizes for you, if you ever cared to ask, there is no world where you wouldn't come away with how could you try to trade away mediocrity? Why do you think it's mediocrity? 1. 2, what does your mother think it is? 3, you didn't tell me. Why didn't you ask her? So many beats and mistakes already out the door. Out the fucking door.
It's not like we keep all of these divergent personality traits of ours a secret from her, but we...
But you do, though. Because you're not talking directly to her. Gotta write this shit down now. Oh, boy. It's like extra credit. Except the person who gave it to me gets the extra credit in the form of pleasure and entertainment for themselves watching me piece together a giant puzzle, and she took away the corner piece. 9:26. It's going to be full of writing, and it's going to be full of breakdowns, it's going to be full of listening and understanding, and at the end of it, I'm just going to be more upset than I already am. Thanks, horror!
grew up in a house where you were expected to be neighborly to somebody who sexually assaulted you just because they live next door.
We're gonna get into that in a second.
It's better to just ignore who your family is, because what matters more than the people are the postcards. Maybe it's a little cruel to say it out loud like that, but that's basically the vibe. I never really understood how somebody could end up like that. How somebody could trade a 20s scored by Black Flag and Hunter S. Thompson for this traditionalist posturing and erasure of human nuances. Until around the time of my most recent birthday, when I was first getting deep into this new experience of motherhood. The kids were both having a pretty horrible day on my birthday. I'm talking panic attacks. However, I've always liked making the people I care about watch a movie of my choosing on my birthday, and all of the love and all the lack of traditionalism in this family had my eyes set on the Royal Tenenbaums. I figured it'd be a cute movie that everybody in the house could relate to in one way or the other. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. Well, it didn't go over super well. We wound up having to stop the movie about halfway through and have a big talk with the kids about why everything was going to be alright and why they'll live to see that day. Talks like that come up a lot in this house, but my fiance and I work through it with everybody bit by bit. And to be honest, we are making great progress in our training to be impromptu therapists. It's kind of just our mutual calling in life. However, on this particular night, it was my birthday, and all I wanted was to be surrounded by a happy, loving family. All I wanted was to feel like these people were as wholly devoted to keeping the family together as I was.
What a big bombshell. There's 3 things that are important. We're going to go over them.
Our mutual calling in life. And to be honest,
I'm beginning to realize that this fucking filter effect here that's falling is a fucking edit effect. That's so goddamn cringy.
Making us could relate to and want on the birthday. And all of the love and all the lack of traditionalism in this family.
Yeah, that's right, because I remember they're holding the fucking thing for the goddamn slideshow, and then does the thing, and then it does this thing. Reminder of performativity. Okay, let's start from here.
I had my eyes set on the Royal Tenenbaums. I figured it'd be a cute movie that everybody in the house could relate to in one way or the other. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. Well, it didn't go over super well. We wound up having to stop the movie about halfway through and have a big talk with the kids about why everything was going to be alright and why they'll live to see that day. Talks like that come up a lot in this house, but my fiance and I work through it with everybody bit by bit. And to be honest, we are making great progress in our training to be impromptu therapists. It's kind of just our mutual calling in life. However, on this particular night, it was my birthday, and all I wanted was to be surrounded by a happy, loving family. All I wanted was to feel like these people were as wholly devoted to keeping the family together as I was. Seeing them so on edge being around each other just broke my heart. Of course, I didn't say any of this. I insisted that we stop the movie and go outside to talk through things the second I saw tears, but God, that night, I understood it. I understood my mom for the first time. I understood how somebody could reach this point of caring about the sensation of a happy family more than the actual engaging with the reality that we all had some pretty deep-seated mental health issues. That night, it became my #1 goal to not let myself be corrupted in the same way. I would never let myself put family fun time over the family's mental health, no matter how badly I felt like just 5 minutes of family fun time would completely turn my week around. So with that first fear thoroughly philosophized in my head, a new set of fears set in. Would I just be eternally sacrificing my happiness, my comfort, my dream of a happy family for their sake? I'll do it if I have to, but God. Now I know why so many moms wound up on Valium in the 70s. Eternal, thankless sacrifice. Is that what motherhood is really all about?
Ugh. I hate typing the words. I hate every single word I'm typing. I wanted to keep a tradition of making everyone watch a movie. Watch a movie. What a fucking type, Mr. Carl. To watch a movie of my choosing, but I had to stop the movie to comfort my children. All I wanted was to have joy, for them to be as committed as I am to making everything function and work. Then finally I understood my mother, and I knew that I wouldn't decide about my family's collective happiness via mental health versus performative family time just for my sake. Now I understand why so many women end up on uppers. Is motherhood only thankless sacrifices? This right here is where the cogent of every single talking point becomes instant. Every single step, and the word that she used there was philosophize.
Dream of a happy family for their sake? I'll do it if I have to, but God. Now I know why so many moms wound up on Valium in the 70s. Eternal, thankless sacrifice. With the reality that we all had some pretty deep-seated mental health issues. That night, it became my #1 goal to not let myself be corrupted in the same way. I would never...
She uses the word at 11:44. I will never let myself become corrupted in the same way, and uses it in the sentence that succeeds after the first one.
Understood my mom for the first time. I understood how somebody could reach this point of caring about the sensation of a happy family more than the actual engaging with the reality that we all had some pretty deep-seated mental health issues. That night, it became my #1 goal to not let myself be corrupted in the same way. I would never let myself put family fun time over the family's mental health, no matter how badly I felt like just 5 minutes of family fun time would completely turn my week around. So with that first fear thoroughly philosophized in my head...
And then uses the word philosophize. I can't spell again. I will never let myself become corrupted the same, and with that fear thoroughly philosophized out of my head, we now get a very good basis upon which we can then discuss Leadhead's mentality. Leadhead, Penny, believes that motherhood is a corrupting force, that the action and the role of motherhood is a job title. And as a job title, there is a right way and a wrong way to be a parent. Outside of just simply, don't fuck your kids, don't put your kids in danger, don't let your kids starve, but instead, making family memories. Don't try to bastardize the mental health of your children over your Kodak moment, but it's corrupting for you to want to have normalcy and peace of mind and understanding with your kids. Talk to you about things and worry about concerns and worry about how you're handling yourself and how you're treating yourself. Don't be weird, Mom. I just want to eat a big breakfast. Is now competing directly against, I wanted to watch a movie, and my adult children were concerned and worried that we wouldn't have a family properly together. And I only finally understood why my mom would care about me and my concerns. Ugh! She poisoned herself. How she put these pills in her body. All these other women from that time putting those pills in their body. Oh my God, I would never let myself become corrupted like that ever. Oh my God, she corrupted herself. How could you corrupt yourself, Mom? And now that I've perfectly and thoroughly philosophized that out of my head, a snap judgment, a mental realization in the moment. Oh shit, this is what she's been struggling with? This is what it's like to be a parent? Fuck! The first, I would say in my opinion, potentially good moment for you to get a little iota, little taste, little taste of the kind of fear and anxiety that is carved out of the everyday experience of the fucking rough and tumble environment of motherhood, what it requires of you emotionally, physically, spiritually. The second that you got a taste of it, you called it corrupting. The corrupting side of motherhood. I would never let this aspect of my job title corrupt me. Like it's something to grasp like a tool. Or rather like a weapon, rather than being a tool. A universal omnitool. You effectively shat, not just on your mother, but then you shat on all the women that gave birth to children that come from the 70s. So you basically shat on every single parent that's from your mama's generation that gave birth to your generation. But you're 26, so that means your mama is somewhere between 60 and 70 at this point. Maybe about now. A little bit younger than that, actually. Because if you're 26, I'm 30. I ain't finna tell you my mama's age. I ain't finna tell you that. But, if your mama is in her 50s or 60s, or you just are casually shitting on the generation that gave birth to the yuppie interrelationals that then came into their own in the 90s. And you are a late bloomer as far as they come. And you somehow ended up as a millennial. Because if they're not in their 50s, 60s, or 70s, I now wonder how old your mama is. But the age of your mother is less important than the fact that you view her job as a failure. Because why would you ever come away with thinking that that's a corrupting essence? Oh, is motherhood just giving and giving and giving and giving and giving and just taking away from the overall experience and not being able to give back to your children in a way that doesn't traumatize them into having to play like your perfect little marionette toys? I can't believe I was doing that to my kids, they say, and I scoff. Moving forward.
A new set of fears set in. Would I just be eternally sacrificing my happiness, my comfort, my dream of a happy family for their sake? I'll do it if I have to, but God, now I know why so many moms wound up on Valium in the 70s.
That's a fucking evil statement to say. I'm not even gonna write anything down for that. I'm just gonna make the fucking thing big and just write, ugh, am I going to have to be a mother? Fine, but I'm not gonna like it. You talked about the most powerful thing that is usually done, sometimes not in even grandiose statements, but in small gestures. You took probably the most beautiful thing about parenthood and you made it sound like somebody asked you to take out the trash. You made it sound like somebody asked you to take out the trash. Ugh! I have to do the fiscal, responsible thing that comes with being able to center people's emotions and lives, to be able to guide them on their way in life? Oh my god! Shit, well, god damn it, fuck! Might as well ask me to do anal!
Eternal, thankless sacrifice. Is that what motherhood is really all about? I wound up staring at this painting for about a half hour that night, thinking of how my mother must have felt, always chasing this dream that she could never have, feeling forced to project nothing but unwavering comfort and security in a home where she'd always be afraid of what deviant shit her kids were going to get into next. The Giving Tree, that poem I mentioned in the beginning, is about a tree who loves a boy like her own son. And over the boy's life, she gives and gives and gives, compromising her body, her happiness, and her very self to this boy who endlessly asks her for more, until she's nothing but a stump for him to sit on as he waits to die. The book insists that the tree is happy over and over and over again, until eventually it's stated outright that she wasn't really happy. The cynic in me finds it really easy to imagine that my mom simply tuned out that one line, but not really, and engaged with the book as a thank you to all the mothers in the world who so selflessly sacrifice everything to take care of their loved ones. But there's a very loud voice in my head that wonders if she knew, even when my siblings and I were that young, that motherhood was going to be this unshakable dedication to fulfilling a thankless role, and it was never going to bring her happiness. Maybe keeping that book around when I was a kid was her way of reinforcing herself. That little wink to the invisible audience in her head that satirized her entire journey of motherhood. Maybe she wanted...
It is then at 1348 that we get to the point where Leadhead suggests that her mother suffers from post-irony goblin millennial brain rot, and that she was doing all the theatrics of her mind to imply that her mother thought that it was a nonsensical, unfaced, not seen, not heard entity or choir insisting that she kept a children's book as a way to keep herself hearty and steadfast against the fact that she's going to have a thankless job. What?
to become a parable too, just like the tree. Maybe that was all siblings and I were that young, that motherhood was going to be this unshakable dedication to fulfilling a thankless role, and it was never going to bring her happiness. Maybe keeping that book around when I was a kid was her way of reinforcing herself. That little wink to the invisible audience in her head that satirized her entire journey of motherhood. Maybe she wanted to become a parable too, just like the tree. Maybe that was all she thought life would allow her to get out of her motherhood. A few months ago, I had taken the liberty of defining what family was for myself. If eternal sacrifice is the traditional definition of motherhood, then I guess I should take the liberty of defining motherhood for myself, too. So that... Well, so that I wouldn't become a parable. I didn't want my children to be philosophizing about me the same way that I do so often with my mother. I had to retrain my brain for this one. I had to rethink what I was getting out of motherhood and what I wanted to get out of it. Just feeling that new kind of love was enough at first. Frankly, I found all too much relatability in how the Giving Tree portrays the mother as being happy. But I needed to figure out how to make this dynamic into anything but a never-ending compromise on my part. That would be how I did better than my mother. That would be the small but significant step I would take in transcending from the mother that came before me.
Then at 1452, she now is declaring that she's going to transcend motherhood and become a mother. A faster, a better mother. A dickier mother. A hornier mother.
That would be how I made sure that I was really, actually happy. Hey kiddo, what's up?
Also, driving on the road with a tool, driving on the road with a phone in your hand, driving on the road with a phone in your hand, well, there's an object here that's blurred out. They're driving somewhere.
Hey kiddo, what's up?
Assuming that this is not editing, I think that this is a hands-free device that they have in the car, and they're simply pantomiming with something. But if I take this as it is, this is video evidence of them breaking the rules of whatever state they live in and driving on the road with a cellular device. Now, I don't know if you live in a state with the kind of progressive laws that we do, and by progressive, I mean they enforce this shit with the fucking force of Georgia State Patrol and Georgia Police, but we've got click it or ticket, and we've got extremely aggressive DUI restrictions and laws and enforcements, and we also have very, very, very significant distracted driving enforcements. Even for a bit, I would definitely not do that. Even for a bit, I would definitely not do this. This is not a criticism of the thing that they're allegedly accountable for. This is me literally telling you, if this is them driving on the road with a phone in their hand and recording themselves doing so in the rearview mirror, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you not value your goddamn life? Here's another thing that motherhood is. You take a lot less risks, and you start thinking about the fact of, I cannot do that because I need to go home at night. Dead ass real. Applies to fatherhood too. In fact, it applies triply to fatherhood. I don't drive all that often, but I've been learning how to get my license. And I wish a nigga would. I wish Carl was driving the car distracted. I would choke the motherfucking shit out of him. I would choke the life out of that nigga. I would choke the life out of that nigga. Moving forward.
Yeah, no, I'm pulling up to the parts store now. Yep, we can just give Spencer his oil change right when I get home if you want. I'm gonna be back in like an hour. Okay, love you, kiddo. Oh, wait. What was your mileage on Spencer? Okay, word. Yeah, we're probably gonna want to use high mileage oil then. Okay. Well, I will tell you how much it costs, but honestly, you don't gotta worry about it. Okay, love you, sweetie. See you soon. Bye.
So, this stops at 1608. This is another highly manipulative choice in the editing, which flabbergasted the fuck out of me when they were doing it. where they are basically recording themselves talking about a car. The car's name is Spencer, and that it needs an oil change. And all of this is done in context to show you how motherhood looks like. Here's an example of the motherhood I do in this family. When the kids call me to give their cars an oil change, and yes, that was in fact a phone in their hand. So this is also evidence of distracted driving. Gonna write that down.
But
Fresh cream. Give your mom the longest hug. Just a girl. Give your mom the longest hug. And don't stop hugging her. Because we're gonna be back in the fucking building on the next one. Probably not immediately. I'm gonna give this some talk. I'm gonna give this some breathing room. So we'll probably do one a week. But we have just seen evidence of a content creator endangering themselves by distracted driving, all because this section that ends at this timestamp is meant to be them showing an example of how they speak and are spoken to concerning the concerns of the family from what I assume was a child, one of the adult children, and how they navigate the muddied waters of that type of transgender motherhood that they have as their brand. I'm gonna be dead ass to you. This is the point where I would have lost myself. Originally, when I saw this, I was just wondering why they chose to cut this in. Alongside the point of manipulation, you cannot ever look at this in any other way other than manipulation. Wholesale. I can't spell again. So ultimately, this is the intermission of the video between the chapters. And the reason why we're seeing this is that Leadhead is trying to show how the children of the family and or the fiance talk to them. She doesn't denote who it is that's talking to them other than by kiddo. So it has to be one of the kids. And it is also recorded public evidence of Leadhead committing a charge of distracted driving, which could have gotten her hurt or killed because they are prioritizing content creation over paying attention to where they're driving on the fucking road. So we haven't even gotten into the next section of the video yet, and we can already tell that inside of Leadhead's version of motherhood, she does not prioritize her own safety so that she can then provide for the safety of the family. Truly, woman-coded shit. Well, actually, no. I'm going to take that back. Not woman-coded shit. Because I'm pretty sure women have better common sense than this. I don't know what this is.
For a belated... A few days later, my biological parents came to my house for a belated birthday dinner, and it was my first chance to show off my new family to them. It was my chance to finally tell my mother, oh shit, I get it now. I'm so sorry you've had to feel so conflicted and compromised for so long.
Then, it picks back up and intercedes with... my bio family came to my house And I immediately wanted to show off my found family.
This time, she looked at my dad and made her little cuckoo face. I guess this new family of mine is anything but traditional. I even showed her the dog painting, but she just couldn't acknowledge that what I was experiencing was real. Anyways, my mommy issues aren't exactly the point of this video.
So, we're going to sidestep the AGP, and we're instead going to look at it earnestly. We have 2 case examples. Technically 3. If it keeps scrolling back up, several. But 6:30. I want to use my biological family to impress my mother. She wouldn't acknowledge me and my attempt, looked at my dad and called me crazy. I will transcend the boundaries of motherhood. I will become the overmom. Here, let's go like line, here, 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 and then here, are multiple instances of how Leadhead chooses to view the parent and what they want out of their relationship with their parent is not clearly communicated to what she's getting from the parent. Clearly she wants involvement, clearly she wants expectation, clearly she wants to be given a type of trophy instead of just simply, okay, either she accepts us or she doesn't. If she doesn't accept us, that's more for us. Not our problem. Don't worry about it, kids. We prepared for it. Versus, why are you ignoring me? Stop ignoring me. Give me your attention. Which reads, again, as performative, for 1, and 2, highly misogynistic, because now it's not even subvert misogyny. It's overt misogyny. Oh, nothing I ever do is good enough. Oh, this time she looked at dad and she just made fun of me. Oh, I tried so hard, but not really.
Let's talk about why these 2 adults need mother figures so badly. Well, it's actually a pretty old tradition for intentional living spaces occupied by trans women to, quote-unquote, adopt young queer folks, like the Transy House operated in Brooklyn from 1995 to 2008 by the married couple Rusty Mae Moore and Chelsea Goodwin. If you, as a queer person, were kicked out by your family or couldn't find a place to live, places like the Transy House or the Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries House would take you in and, in some cases, even help to raise you. While the 2 I'm writing about are a bit older than a lot of the residents of intentional living spaces like these, they are absolutely folk whose queerness has served as a major obstacle in their development when they were younger. Whether the issues came from being homeschooled or from being forced to repress their queerness by religious groups or having biological families who shun them around every turn, these 2 have a bit of catching up to do with a few adult things that any decent parents would have helped them with years ago. Like I said, the boy wasn't able to work up the nerve to transition until about 3 months ago, so he still has all sorts of lessons to learn. Talks about genital preferences and his validity as a man, or the effects of testosterone. Those hard-hitting lessons about the types of guys who will happily prey on a trans man's yearning for affirmation just to score some ass. It's a scary world for a young trans person with nobody to help prepare them for the hardships. Just being able to be that for them has felt like such an honor. I've, of course, gone out of my way to find a few trans-mask-specific resources for him, Discord servers and all of that, but I've been surprised to learn how many of the lessons of a male...
What the fuck are you doing?
Thank you, Just a Girl, for the membership. I'm uncomfortable. Also, homeschooling isn't abuse. True. I'm still transliterating and writing down. Sorry.
A female... I've, of course, gone out of my way to find a few trans-mask-specific resources for him, Discord servers and all of that, but I've been surprised to learn how many of the lessons...
Also, Discord servers are not trans-masculine reading material to help people learn how to grow into sexual maturity as a transgender adult. That's just literally using fucking online social media as therapy. That's what that is. And as conversion tools.
Of a male to female transition apply to the life of a trans man as well. Things like that, and the constant affirmations of consent on their parts are what make it feel okay for my fiance and I to take these parental roles so seriously, in spite of the relatively small age gap. Yeah, it does get a little bit infantilizing at times, and that side of it is still a bit uncomfortable for me from time to time, but quite frankly, if somebody has trouble with leaving food out, or talking to romantic interests, or living peacefully with their new family, or expressing themselves, and is consented to us helping them, sitting them down and talking them through it, using motherhood as a framing device, that discomfort really quickly gives way to some of the most beautiful relationships I've ever shared with people. Relationships that I wouldn't trade for the world. I'm sorry for that little aside. It's just that I know how weird some of this stuff sounds. I know that in the hands of a less responsible pair of parents, this dynamic could be extremely toxic for these two. So I felt the need to justify this role to you all before I move forward into some of the nuances of my fiance and I's parenting techniques and how—
Because it's ultimately sexual depravity disguised as a family so that you can attempt to compete with the sense of motherhood that your mom has. That I'm not writing down. That's just the reality of what she's doing. What I actually wrote down is this is currently a section that from 1719 to where it's about to end is effectively two things. It is one, a history lesson, well, three things. It is first, one, a history lesson on queer spaces and why what Leadhead is doing is not personally bad, but is also historically acceptable, because that's just been something that we, quote, transgenders, have been doing for years. And then two, giving justification for why and how they do motherly things for their transgender adult sex partner / child. To which I said, you don't give your child grooming materials from Discord and potentially transform them into a Discord kitten. But then also, what I'm about to write down, so I need to transliterate this again.
that discomfort really quickly gives way to some of the most beautiful relationships I've ever shared with people. Relationships that I wouldn't trade for the world. I'm sorry for that little aside. It's just that I know how weird some of this stuff sounds. I know that in the hands of a less responsible pair of parents, this dynamic could be extremely toxic for these two. So I felt the need to justify this role to you all before I move forward into some of the nuances of my fiance and I's parenting techniques and how they've developed. Now is also a good time to mention that both of them have read this script and given me their blessing to go forward with it. So initially, my fiance and I kind of gravitated to a good cop, bad cop style of parenting. Only, unlike actual cops, we were using the style to keep them feeling both safe and motivated, rather than trying to coerce them into dubiously consensual testimony. I'd be the emotional support for one of them, while she'd be the one pushing them to grow and calling them out when it seemed like they were stagnating. And she'd be the emotional support for the other, while I pushed them to grow, and we'd switch out who had which duty with which kid every few weeks to...
Thank you, Just a Girl again. What in the Tumblr fuck is this nightmare? Yep. Thirdly, this is attempting to be a way that Leadhead is trying to justify their tactics and their methodology of parenthood. Because it is inherently connected to their sexual involvement. Okay. And the unfortunate fact is that this section has not fully ended yet.
not create a situation where the kids were ever too anxious of confrontation with one of us or too comfortable stagnating with the other. We figured switching it up on them from time to time would be a good way to make sure that they're honest and open with both of us. My fiance and I are really good at conflict resolution and confrontation, so we kind of just silently fell into these roles before we ever started to actually discuss any sort of conscious strategy for handling certain...
So this would be where they then go into the parenting methods, but only did it finish here. Plus that musical style is fucking bombastic. So, from 1719 to 2101, we are given a cope and justification for why Leadhead has the personality and the teaching style that they do as a parent, and justifying how, look, I know how it looks, but understand, we love each other. And then picks up. That was the first disconnect, which I guess is okay because that was 2 hours and 52 minutes without an interruption. Anyways, we are now past that point of the section where we are at 21.5, and Leadhead is now explaining the parental styles of themselves and their fiancé. Ultimately, my answer of this is every single thing that they say is based on vibes. But I'll lay them out as we get there.
They're acting unfairly or being dishonest or something. It got pretty emotionally tiring for both of us. You know, a little bit before the time of the hurricane hit, we sort of started to fall into a more dynamic approach to our parenting. I had been the bad cop for a couple of weeks to one of the kids who was having the most problems at the time, and I just told my fiancé I needed a break. I could feel my tact starting to slip with the stress. I was more likely to approach parental situations from a biased perspective and handle them in ways that, while far from being bad parenting, weren't the top-tier parenting that our kids deserve for putting so much trust in us. So I took a little break and stopped pushing the kids to improve and stopped calling them out for toxic and immature behavior. And my fiancé took over in those duties for a bit, until she suddenly had an extra load of occupational stress tacked onto her typical work week, and I didn't want her to be stuck with being the bad cop on top of all of that.
Okay, so we now get to here. It started out with bad cop, good cop. So, heteronormative power structure. And completely suitable carrot and stick tactics. But that wasn't good enough. And then they went with ouch. And then went with the one overlord over all strategy, because good cop, bad cop meant that someone would have to feel shitty about giving discipline. Tucking grass and try to get this to fucking swear.
In a matter of a week or two, we wound up switching from good cop, bad cop to, don't worry, baby, I'll take care of this one. Her and I would use a lot of our alone time to discuss things that we thought needed to be addressed with one of the kids, like our girl's overuse of the internet as a dissociation tool, or our boy's difficulty calling it out when something someone does or says bothers him, because he's just such a people pleaser. Then we would just have those talks with the kids whenever the opportunity arose, and anytime there's something we didn't see coming up, like a sudden panic attack or bad news bringing one of them down, one of us just volunteers to be the one to comfort them, or we both go, or whatever. There's a lot less strategy involved now, and a lot more of my fiancé and I just trusting each other's ability to handle any situation the kids present us with, and us just working together to make sure neither of us gets overwhelmed with constant conflict resolution. There used to be a part of my mind that would get jealous whenever my fiance would have a talk with one of the kids and instantly get them to understand our perspective after me saying basically the same thing to them for months straight. But now there's so much trust built up between the kids and us that it really feels like there's practically no jealousy on either of our parts. And phrases like, you were the one who had to deal with something like this growing up, you should handle this one, are exchanged all the time between the two of us. We never have to worry about one of the kids not being receptive to one of us about a particular topic because my fiance and I shore up each other's weaknesses and
then they went towards mutual bound sharing. Mutual bound sharing meaning your struggles are my struggles are your struggles, and we meet the struggles together and we work together as a method to make the kids more comfortable. I can't spell today. Oh my god. And I'm going to say that this is probably one of the more nicer strategies. This is probably a good piece of advice. This is something that I actively use with Star frequently. I don't let her just take the boundaries and the stress and all of the attention and direction on her shoulders. I actively tell her that when she needs a break, she needs to tap out and let me do things for her. And also that whenever she's struggling with something, that she can actively tag me in like a tag team partner, and I take over the responsibility of the situation with her, since it's not a competition, it is a partnership. And for the purposes of trying to meet the expectations and the needs of every child, or if you want to look at it in a term-based family, or you want to look at it in a team-building phase, of meeting the responsibilities and the desire required of each learning strategy to enable people to do the job better, that also works.
gaps in relevant experience. And suddenly
That's actually useful information.
feels like we can handle any situation the kids throw at us so long as we work together. And at the end of the day, it's better for us, and more importantly, it's better for the kids. So, to give an example of how this actualizes, I'm really familiar with how it feels to date somebody who tends to shut people out and seek isolation when they're...
And now, back to more yapping. So that section was 2105 to 2417. And now there's about to be more fucking yapping. There we are. And now, it's literally just going to be straight yapping.
they're in a bad mood. So I'm really good at comforting our son when his girlfriend is doing that. However, I'm fortunate enough to have practically zero experience with genital dysphoria outside of yoga pants, and so I'm not...
So, we get a detail here at 2422. The child, one of the adult children, the adult child is meeting and talking and seeing someone. And because of this, One of the things that I question is, does the partner of this adult child know that their mom is someone who they are sexually involved with and was interacting with?
Not super good at being relatable when one of the kids is struggling with that. That's just one example, but my fiance and I both have our strengths.
General, not genitals, obviously. General advice, not genitals advice. Silly.
And weaknesses when it comes to the kids. Just dropping our pride and learning how to acknowledge when one of us is better equipped to handle a situation than the other has been such a huge load off my mind, and, well...
Then, and I'm going to quote that, replay that and make sure I heard it right.
That's just one example, but my fiance and I both have our strengths and weaknesses when it comes to the kids. Just dropping our pride and learning how to acknowledge when one of us is better equipped to handle a situation than the other has been such a huge load off my mind, and, well, as I said, it's better for the kids too. I suppose I'm kind of repeating myself and over-explaining. See, again, I understand just how bad some of this will sound to the cynical viewer, so as I write this, I feel this constant need to explain how we operate as parents, just so that you guys will hopefully know that it isn't taking the form of us just yelling at them until they clean up the house for us. The whole appeal of these relationships is to give two massively neglected people the love that they were so dearly deprived of by their biological families, and to give ourselves that constant assurance that we're a healthy influence on the people we care about. The line between being someone's guiding light in life and being a manipulator is admittedly a thin one, but I never, ever let my gaze...
And now we're at this part again.
Biological families, and to give ourselves that constant assurance that we're a healthy influence on the people we care about. The line between being someone's guiding light in life and being a manipulator is admittedly a thin one, but I never, ever let my gaze drift from that line. I've been a manipulator in the past, and I know myself and cherish my personal growth too much to ever risk becoming that person again. If I felt, even for a moment, like I was using the trust they place upon me and calling me their mother to my own benefit, instead of keeping their best interest in mind, I don't think I could live with myself. Anyways, as I've already detailed in my previous videos about the family's experience with the hurricane that destroyed our town, the kids have gotten so much better about not just saying I'm fine when it's clear that they aren't. They're a lot more willing to tell us when they have a problem, even if it's a problem that they know will make us sad, like all of that business with my biological sister I discussed in the last video. This mutual trust is building between us. We trust them more to tell us when something is wrong, and as a result, they trust us more to not have secret grudges that we're holding against them, and to be honest, if we have a problem of some kind. Okay, now we just gotta wait for the oil to drain. Hey, can you hear me, my mic, kiddo?
So, learning to drop the ego and pride and do what's best for our trans children and doing what they know and doing what they, the partner, know what they're good at and how to shore up their other strengths. And then the line between being someone's guiding light and being manipulative is thin, and I would never do that. Yet every single bit of this, up to 26:47, which brings us to the car, has been nothing short of manipulative. Not just manipulative, but explicitly, I will now tell you what you should feel, so that you understand that I am not doing anything wrong.
I'll be real. It kind of breaks my heart to say it, but I feel more like these people care about me, the real me, than almost anybody in my biological family does anymore. Why do you think I'm not afraid to say things like that in these videos? It's not like any of them will ever watch this. Well, this list keeps on growing longer and longer, forcing me to revise this section of the script over and over and over again, but let's settle on 3. There were these 3 particular moments, each with my son, that really affirmed for me that this is where I'm supposed to be in life. That being a mother is just part of who I am. It's my place in the world. The first was just a few days ago when my son told me that me saying that he taught me a new kind of love I've never felt before was one of the reasons that he felt like he could never take his life. Then you've got the time that he gave me the spare key to his car without me asking for it or anything. After going on a whole tangent the day before about how he thought it was really toxic and controlling that his biological father kept trying to get it from him. The last was just a few weeks prior to that, when he said something that nearly made me instantly burst into tears. This 19-year-old boy, neglected by his family and rejected by his church-going community. This 19-year-old boy who is easily the most sensitive and one of the most easily hurt people that I've ever met. This 19-year-old boy who spent his whole life feeling so incredibly alone in this world told me, some random girl who happens to really, really care about him, that I was everything he wished his biological mother had been. And that's how I know that this whole experience has been the next step of my discovery of my place in the world. Okay, kiddo, that's probably gonna be done draining in just a minute, and then all we gotta do is clean it up and put in the rest of the oil, and we are good. And this one's can drive again. So, oh, here, let me go ahead and grab the oil dish.
Now, the preamble here that exists on the back of this video, and we're back. So, as I was saying, because it cut out just as I got there, this video ends at 30:08 with a clip-off that effectively is bragging. I feel like the found family care about me more than my biological family. I'm not worried about them seeing this. That's why I make these videos. I'm comfortable saying these things to the public for reasons that I shouldn't be. And my son trusts me with things that his bio family wouldn't. And them telling me that I made them feel good told me that this is motherhood. And that I should be proud of that. Or rather be proud of what I'm doing. And that this is real. I could stop there, but it is important that you see the rest of this, because if I wanted to stop there, I could, but you need to see the rest of this video.
So, this would be my first video that was shot entirely on the new lens. It created a lot of work for me. That lens is
fresh and cream. This is not motherhood. This is MD LB kink. You're gonna have to explain what you mean by that, Mega Lag.
It's not easy to use, but more to the point, it was just inspiring me creatively so much. I mean, like, I've always tried to have a little bit of little symbolism, visual storytelling type stuff in my videos, but I've always been pretty limited by the fact that I don't normally leave my green screen set. This time, though, I mean, shit, there's a lot of subtext going on in this video, stuff that isn't even necessarily related to the motherhood thing.
I'm going to cut it here, or rather I'm going to copy this here, and then go back to this. Because this section, after the video is done, is a section that is fully committed to exactly what this is. I'm going to let it play in full, and then we're going to summarize.
My video. So, this would be my first video that was shot entirely on the new lens. It created a lot of work for me. That lens is not easy to use, but more to the point, it was just inspiring me creatively so much. I mean, like, I've always tried to have a little bit of little symbolism, visual storytelling type stuff in my videos, but I've always been pretty limited by the fact that I don't normally leave my green screen set. This time, though, I mean, shit, there's a lot of subtext going on in this video, stuff that isn't even necessarily related to the motherhood thing, at least not directly. Kind of, there's two stories in this video. One is, well, me taking my life experiences and using them to try to figure out a way to be a good mother. And the other story in this video is kind of, I guess, a final send-off to what the story of this whole year has been for me, at least on the channel. The Honesty Saga series, whatever the hell I ended up calling it. That. This is kind of like, I guess, a stronger look, both these previous videos, this and the Hurricane one, kind of a more focused look on where the character development I've been describing over the course of this year and in the Honesty video has led me. Not just the trust that my family puts in me, but my relationship with sex in general. How my character has changed. A lot of that being, I guess, hinted at in this video. That's neither here nor there, though. Well, I mean, I guess it is here. Not what I want to spend this much time talking about. I think my videos from now on, not all of them, of course, because I can't work that hard on every single video, but I think that they are going to, in general, be a lot prettier, a lot more deliberate in their visuals, rather than the visuals just being a product of circumstance, as they often are. I think I'm going to try and go a lot harder on making my videos like movies. and, you know, and as much as a video as it can be with the format. As for what form that's going to take, I still don't know. I think I'm going to try and get one more video out in 2024, and it's just going to be a little meta video, an examination of what this year was for me, and some creative goals I have for next year. I aim to make my channel really, really, really bloom next year, and I think this video today, I didn't love the script that much, but I thought it was okay. But what I did with that script, if this is a sign of like things to come, I think I'm going to feel very, very, very good about my creative output, and just how good I'm doing at my job by this time next year. So I will see you probably soon for that video. It's gonna nothing I have to put a lot of thought into writing. Try to get it out before New Year's. If not, oh well. But I guess in the meantime, that's all I have to say, other than that I would like to give an extra special thanks to the patrons, especially those who donate $10 or more monthly, such as Stormy, Nymphias Miranda, Kylis, Chloe R, Lotta Aurelia, Chained Ghost, Thea Westfall, Autumn Hawk, Ion Lester, Cecile, Rivermoon, Marcy, Neo Lunatics, Chase Cares, Olive, Rogue Planet, Agatha Sorceress, Lovely Lila. Where's the others? They're not on my list. The hell? Well, there are more. Give me just a minute. Okay, I really don't know what happened to my list there. Whatever. Fuck the camera angle, who cares? Let's see here. Lovely Lila, Huntakar, Catalina Cadre, Vivian Ling, Clover Blake, I Eat Teeth, Scott Edwards, Cinema Critic, Adolescence, All Hail Eris, Bree, Pumpkin, David Broll, Alex, Yarrow12, Lynn Payne, Stephanie Starfire, Issa, One-Eyed Wiley, Maddie Doman, Metamaniac, Ave Lunum, Hazelpup, The Narcissist Cookbook, Asio Batoon, Via, Gwyn T, Guybrush, Sylvan Pasco, M. Coy, George Rosenbaum, Lake, Naris, Eva Knight, Mr. Cococo, Sean Hamilton, Shay Theus, Bjorb, Lily Leones, The Coombe Slayer, Nomad Delilah Jester, Charlotte, Arda Aurelia, Atheist, Joannis, Laura M, Mia Maple, Rio, Vega Nelson, Demise, Nicole, Neurofilter, Summer Celine, Garnet Midnight, Big Time Jim, Darius Vazier, Almost Dead Again, David Kaiser, Erica, Cortisol, Kay, Bo Ya, and CeeLo. That's the whole list this time. That's all I really have to say. If you are unaware, this, and I mentioned it a couple times in the video, so you'd have to be not paying attention to be unaware, but this is a follow-up, I guess, a part 2, something like that, to my hurricane video that went up yesterday. I had to delay the hurricane video to make sure I had this one out on time. The two have very similar subject matter. I was considering making them into one video, but ultimately I think I have too much creative ambition for each one to really want to water down the tone and individual themes of those videos, even though the subject matter is very similar with the found family stuff. So my compromise was releasing them one day apart from each other. Suppose that's all I have to say, though. I hope you all have a great week, and thank you for watching very much. I'm currently wandering off into the woods with a backpack, with a tripod, and a fucking axe in it, so I can go cut down a tree on camera, as a metaphor about how I'm gonna be a better mom than my mom was. My life is stupid. Staying with me just because she had nowhere.
Okay. This is the next follow-up video. We're not getting into this one right now. But every single bit of the affectations, you could have just typed it, Miguelag. Every single bit of the affectations of presentation were explicitly to thank the audience on one hand, but I'm going to write that down and transliterate it as bragging. Actively bragging to the camera about how they're using subtext to paint a narrative of the honesty saga of their content, as well as talking about motherhood and the character of the deeper conversation of sex, sexual experience, and their mentality of motherhood, and explicitly talking about making the videos into movies to make them pretty so that they are watchable as a binge, and then flexing with the support of the content creators, and then explicitly, as a metaphor, using the chopping of the tree as a metaphor of how they're going to be a better mother. So right here, this is supposed to be a metaphor. This right here is supposed to be a metaphor. And this metaphor is supposed to be, I'm going to be a better parent. That's what that's supposed to be. I'm going to be a better mom than you, Mom. Watch me. I'm going to tear out the roots. I'm going to be better than you. My motherhood is real. This is not motherhood. This isn't even... what do they used to call it? Big sisters, big boys, little boys club. I'm trying to remember what it was called. There used to be this program. Big brothers, big sisters, something like that. Not important. This is not parenthood. This is not motherhood. Yes, thank you. Big brothers and sisters. I was half right. I was there.
Stay on
Almost.
the cookie, but fresh and cream.
This isn't mentorship. It's not social cultural advisement. This is, as best as I can describe it, envy. Writ short. It's not penis envy, obviously, because the person in question is transgender. It's not body type envy, because this individual does not put in a lot of necessary work to necessarily take up all female expectations, but they do dress feminine, so they are attempting to be a woman, so it's not so much womb envy. I think I'm going to settle on the words that Ace is saying. This is maternity envy. They claim that they understand motherhood. They claim that they understand motherhood. They claim that they get motherhood, that they understand it, and that they can put a word to it. They can name it. And as goes with the title that I gave this live stream, that I'm pretty sure I'm going to put on every single live stream in terms of parts, this is attempting to carve God out of the wood of your hunger. One's in the chat if you were here the other day before we started playing Monster Hunter, and you were there watching that live stream where we were going through neuralities and their rejection and their hatred of the other fictional stories about fucking Sleeping Beauty. This is what I was talking about. That right there. That is what it looks like when you literally try to carve God out of the wood of your hunger. I don't like using it to describe transgenderism or even transitioning, but I will use it to describe this form of maternity envy. All of this writing that we've taken down here, all of this, from here down to here, all of these notes can encapsulate the mindset of a person that is not interested in motherhood. They're interested in being a mother. We're talking old school darling in the Franxx shit. Unironically, old school interpretations from video essayists that would say, bro, this new mecha anime shit is peak, bro. But it's just repackaged discussions and ideas that were already brought up from other animes for a newer genre for people to consume and watch. This is the same shit. The problem is here, rather than, well, this is motherhood writ large for a new generation of people trying to find their way in the world, this is not a person trying to describe motherhood for themselves and how they are dictating their lives and how they're parenting their kids. No. This is envy written small. This is not a discussion point where a bunch of people are coming to the same realization or to similar conclusions and you're keeping up on where they're finding themselves in their lives. This is a person's full-throated admittance that they do not like their mother. They do not look at their mother as a woman. They do not look at her as equal as a woman, as a mother to them, that their form of motherhood is better, superior, more ethical, more understanding, much more gentle, much more nurturing than the kind of parenting that they were given as a child. And therefore, they will literally carve God from the wood of their hunger to be a woman by showing how they are symbolically going to be a better mom than their parent ever was. Thus taking for granted everything that they claimed that they are centered on and doing, and possibly misunderstanding the main idea cause of what brought the discussion on in the first place, if the jumping off point for the springboard is the giving tree. Because for them, in their own words, motherhood is just eternal taking with absolutely no thanks and no forgiveness and no understanding from the people who are taking of you and making something better out of it. Instead, Leadhead sees it as a competition. She sees it as a competition in search of an accolade. I'm going to prove to you that I'm a mom, and then you'll really accept me. They're constantly striving for attention from a parent. And instead of getting that attention the way that they want it, the way that they want it, the way that it wanted to be described, the way that they have to handle it, and instead being already content with what they are, they're forever seeking approval. And when they don't get the approval, they keep going back and they keep trying to carve God out of the wood of that hunger. And they chip away at themselves over and over and over again. This time it'll be different. 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 And every stroke and every chunk that they take out of that tree further weakens the root and foundation that they're working from. But you see, it's not just as simple as, well, this person's going to always be sad. No! Now, you have to take into factor everything that they admitted all the way back up here when they made clear as day that they got involved sexually with someone that was supposed to be a fuck buddy. So, inside the layer, because there's layers here. Inside the layers here, transgender who had sex with the person that they call their child is trying to prove they're a better mom than their biological mother and prove that their found family of queers is better than the family she tried to make for them. And thinks that she understands what it means to be a woman because the similarities to the lessons that they have to learn to understand the mentality it takes to grow, shape, and change meets or beats what their generation of parent had to do with compared to her generation of parent. And now, bringing back in the audio log that we got from Star at the start of this, at no fucking point in time did Leadhead ever approach anything that started. Not a single time did she talk about, I need to do this so that they can live. And I have to do this so that I can become better. So I can then keep doing this thing that is a joy, is a privilege, and is an opportunity. Both to shape, change, and grow. Not just the child's future, and not just my environment, but myself. If pregnancy, delivery, and birth is the heteronormative assignment, and I'm going to bring into my structure a person who has no relation to me, and I'm going to be a performative and necessary positive benefit on their life, as the transgender assignment, Star saw the assignment and she made a beautiful one-card sculpture. She saw the assignment and she just chopped down a tree. It is abusive. It is manipulative. It is egocentric. It is destructive and caustic to the understanding of the rich inner life that a mother must go through. It is disgusting and inherently male-centered on the image of a personal desire of what you want. It cannot be unlatched from the fact that Leadhead is transgender, and the way in which they present themselves and their idea of the topic is inherently misogynistic. They do not see the beauty of the cycle of life. They do not see the understanding that comes from the necessary consequences and sacrifices that must be made. It is only about what they want and what they get. And then, to wit, actively stop the video to then justify to us for over the rest of the remaining runtime, actually. You can't say that this is wrong, because historically this is how we've actually done it all the time in the transgender community. And literally Discord memeing us on how it's acceptable. Now, looking at this, to what Foggy showed me as a context earlier, this is really, really, really hard to read. A lot of this literal leftist meme text that I've been handed for context, I'm not putting it on the screen, is a explanation and a further equivocation of how everything needs to go and how everything needs to be, to communicate to other people how they will not relitigate how their view of themselves or their life will not be taken into account. This one I can show you. As this reads, as writ, boo. Just a little ramble and a request that my community please stop DMing me every time some random person on the internet is lying about me. Might delete, I don't know, I really don't like responding to this kind of stuff. I don't normally like addressing this stuff, and man, I'm getting so sick of DMs warning me that some righty streamers are spreading lies about me or trying to stalk me. 1, what am I even supposed to do about that? 2, why would anyone who's in my community who's cool at watching trans creators be watching these streams in the first place? Our circles could never intersect in good faith. My videos are quiet. 3, my videos are quiet, hyper-personal explorations of subtle social and mental context. I don't believe anyone in my audience is just going to believe that I fuck dogs because I wear a collar sometimes. I'm a trans sex-working communist and YouTuber making revealing, self-critical videos about my darkest thoughts. Obviously, bad actors are going to latch onto the revealing nature of my work and use it to fuel engagement by playing to the audience's preconceived notions about queerness and nonconformity. I don't really need to hear about it. Sometimes some chud decides to make some shit up about me, so please stop telling me about it, and for your own sakes, my queer or allied friends, stop engaging with it yourself. It is not good for any of our headspaces. Let them have their fun, get bored, and moved on. They ultimately have zero impact on reality, and so engaging in social media arguments can only ever drag you down. I appreciate the concern, but again, I have nothing that these people can take from me. My audience is smarter than that, which means my audience is smarter than them, and so please leave it alone and let me have my blissful ignorance. You hate everything I just said. You should. So, in writ. This I will copy down here and put inside the doc. This, to writ, gives us our best interpretation and the beginnings of what Leadhead not only thinks about the fact that people like myself and Foggy are going to be covering this kind of content, but specifically what they think of motherhood. Or more specifically, to drag this a bit smaller, what they think of you, us, talking about their interpretation of motherhood. They're chuds. I don't care what they say. I am performing praxis. I'm performing practices. I'm doing real works and efforts. They just hate us because they ain't us. I move closer to the microphone and I turn down the gain for your ears because I love all of you that much. You look me in the eye, chat. Chat, look at me. Look at me in the eye, chat. You look me in the eye and you tell me that this person sounds like a good mother. You look me dead in my niggardly eyes and you tell me to my face that this is a functioning member of society. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you come from an alternate lifestyle. I don't care what you do in private. I don't even necessarily care about the most wild shit you can do in public. You are not a good role model for society. Because one of the necessary functions of society is that a person who is a mother is responsible for how the culture and the tradition of that society will be upheld and taught. And while it is hard in a position of leadership, because it's leadership, it's responsibility. If you wanted to say what motherhood could be, writ large, without any other word, it is responsibility. You cannot tell me that a person that would write a comment thread like this, of course on Blue Sky, because it's only full of people who exist inside of a hug box, should exist in, whose first reaction to being addressed about counter arguments to leadership skills that they are presenting is to say, I know better than you because I'm the mother. I know better than you because I'm the communist in the situation. I do real world praxis. They just have opinions and they want to have fun. They're going to exhaust themselves. I don't have to address every single chud's comment on the internet. While it is fair to say that there are plenty of cases where we all compare to that, a person who's supposed to be taking on a role of responsibility ultimately cares nothing about upholding that responsibility and defending themselves, and instead believe that it is not their job to litigate the issue. That is somebody judging the things that they have said publicly, thus by challenging them and by challenging their thought lines and possibly being open to engage with even the null hypothesis of the discussion. Instead, no, I'm not going to hear it. Go to your room. I don't want to hear about this. You're interrupting my soaps. To write a message like this demonstrates that you cannot exist inside of the culture as a figure that should be listened to. Because from the position of being a mother, you are not just failing your children, your child fuck buddies. You are failing yourself. You are not learning, you are not shaping, you are not growing from the result of your actions. And when the result of your decision making, the choices that you made to make content that you presented on the internet, that you put all these words into, to put in all these affectations, and to put in all of these desires, when you finally finished carving God from the wood of your hunger, and you kept praying to that God to just let you live, and your God sent you trials, tribulations, and difficulties for you to persevere against, improve on, cut your teeth against, and become better, not just as a content creator, but also proving, yes, I actually can be here. Yes, I can have these opinions. And here's why. You shirked that responsibility and said, no, I want to live in blissful ignorance. This alone defines that you are not meant for this. Stay indoors. You're not ready for the rough and tumble world of reality. Because the reality is, the most difficult thing that parents have to come to grips with is that we can't protect our kids. We can't. We can't protect our children from every single cut, bruise, scrape, terror, night terror, a random happenstance that because mommy and or daddy was wearing a hoodie, they were unrecognizable. So they were scared of the strange person. They were scared of the figure in the closet, but that was actually their favorite toy cast in shadow. You cannot protect your children, and thus your society. It's why we name things women, by the way. It's why we always name things women. We cannot protect the culture, the musculature of tradition, or the people who take part in it from every single external factor that could be a threat upon it. So part of the lesson of the giving tree is that you can give and give and give and give until you have nothing left, and you have to hope that at the end of the day that you did enough and that they will be fine. Because when you carve God from the wood of your hunger, and when you decide that you're going to decide what that means, you are no longer dealing with tradition. It is inherently an alternative lifestyle choice at the end of the day. Without even having to bring in those details that we've learned that came from Leadhead themselves, and as we dive deeper on further broadcasts about it, we have to accept that at the end of the day, what Leadhead calls motherhood is ultimately a fetish. Because you see, motherhood is not a job title. There are no breaks. You don't get to decide, I don't want to deal with it today. Don't tell me about it. Go to your dad. I just want to have a break. There's no off button. You're on duty 24/7. The only time that you get a break is when the child is grown and they have now married. I accidentally kicked the stand. And when they are now married, you get a break when your child is grown. If we're talking about traditional weddings, I'm not going to say this in case of traditional weddings, but the way that this works inside of families that go to weddings at cathedrals and get married in cathedrals, you do not get a break until you have given away, if you're dealing with girls, because all your adult sex children are girls, until you have given them away down the aisle to their husbands that then go off to make families of their own. Akin to an apple tree, when what you have planted takes root and flourishes into another branch of the family tree, while yours are the roots, they are the arms upon which sprout the new fruit, which would be their children, adoptive, found, or otherwise. You don't get breaks until they leave the nest. And then when you are in the twilight of your life, that is when you get a break. Until then, you're on duty 24/7. And while you might not want to litigate higher struggles and problems with men and women that you think have the worst negative intentions, the other half of motherhood, because the other half of it is taken over by fatherhood, because you can't have one without the other. Not once did you mention a fucking thing about your dad, we noticed. So, inside this, what do you think about your father? One of the first things about motherhood, communication. Speaking intent into words and actions, and following through with behavior. And not just behavior, but changed and learned behavior. Not once did you really think about communication with your mom You didn't try to talk to her to get her to see eye to eye with you and find out why you are always reaching out and trying to carve the credit that you wish they would give you as a new mother, as a transgender mother for your found family, as you think you are comparable to your mom. Instead, you chose to say you will move in to a position where you will make her watch you, and that somehow you will use that as a market of shame to her for you to be prideful of. And as you carved out that god from the wood of your hunger, you demonstrated not only are you not fit for motherhood, but that you could never understand what your mother had to sacrifice, because you see the very action of motherhood as corrupted, as a burden, and as a blight. And blighted trees don't bear fruit. They warp themselves in various different ways. There's a specific word for what happens when you cut out a piece of a type of growth that comes from a reaction of stimuli to decay. Specifically the kind that blights the tree and causes it to grow malformed and as an attempt to correct an infection. I'm not saying this, by the way, to make subtle digs and jokes about transgenderism, because technically you could use what I'm saying as a inter-between for the surgery and what you have to deal with. Dilating, things like that. Because I'm pretty sure Leadhead is pre-op, not post-op. I'm being very blatant and being very, very direct. Blighted trees do not bear fruit. They decay and die. Because a blighted tree cannot right and correct itself without pruning. Every single time, just in unintentional clip jokes, just unintentional snip, snip. They don't right themselves without correction. They need to be pruned so that the infection can be taken care of. Without respect of your mother, you could never be able to understand what exactly you're going through, which makes it even more frustrating. Because, as Hotecat points out here, technically, just because they are adult children doesn't mean that they necessarily leave the nest and that they are no longer your concern and that you get a break. You can also be able to have your children come back and then live with you when you are married, and then have multi-generational family structures living outside of the same house. This is true, and is actually the background for why there are multitudes, ironically enough, of immigrant and migrant and minority families that have differing family structures based on the nuclei of, let's be honest, since they live in Appalachia, they would technically be a form of Southern, but they would then, based on the fact that they're a communist, and intersectionality doesn't really play into the multi-generational roots of this kind of structure, and the person themselves clearly present differently as such, especially with the use of what they chose to put forward for their affectations, for lack of a better word. White! You presenting yourself as a white woman effectively means the god that you have carved from the wood of your hunger, in your ideation, in your obsession, and in your rejection of standard, traditional, cis-heteronormative, and cisgendered feminine motherhood, is blighted wood. And until you heal your internal trauma that pushes you to look and seek validation from your mother, and somehow completely ignore the masculine side of the equation, which means you're disrespecting your mother and your father, every single thing that comes after this is the dissertation of a broken person trying to lead a broken home. A broken person is trying to lead a broken home because they have so furtherly tied it to the god that they worship. In this case, because you are, I am assumptively going to believe, an atheist, if you are at least just an agnostic, is that in the replacement of religion and tradition and structure, because you said, fuck those standards, your words, you must have replaced it with politics. And unfortunately, the god of politics is all-consuming. You've given up your name. You've given up your identity. You've sacrificed your politics. You've decided that those that know least are not to be assisted through mutual aid. They are to be ignored. You decided that those cannot teach you, that they are to be ignored because not only are they ignorant, they are heathens. You are better than them. And not only will you not continue to do mutual aid to educate, as one that communes would, you will disrespect them to the highest regard, thus demonstrating that in your motherhood, there is no room for bad approaches. There is no room for forgiveness of the outgroup and understanding to bring forth the community that you wish to create. It is caustic, and it will erode you from the inside out. Et al., you are actually killing yourself. You are actively killing yourself, spiritually. Because, unfortunately, every single bit of Leadhead's presentation gives to the expectations of the use of the Dark Triad. You manipulate people. You lie to people. You use people. And you choose to do so while saying, I am love, and they are hate. Everything you do, every single foundation, stands on nothing. In most cases, the foundations of your way of dictating yourself is based on a broken household because you never talked to your mama about your goddamn problems. And then you decided to become a fucking sex fiend. But I don't even have to attack the sexual value. I'm somehow still too loud. I don't even have to attack the sexual validity of your involvement with your found family. I don't even have to bring them into it. You clearly have issues that you need to work out with your mother. Clearly. Clearly, you seem to have issues that you need to work out with your mother, and preferably nowhere near a bed. And with your pants on. Stop it, girl! Until you resolve these problems with your mother, you are forever going to be looking in the direction of down at her instead of up to her and sideways at her until your children do the same to you. Because what you have wrought is what you will reap. Because you have sown nothing but discontent for yourself based on how you think things should be and how you think people should analyze you and how you think their opinion is wrong and how you won't teach them. You're not interested in teaching. Possibly the most contemptuous and the most God-fearing that I've ever been on any of my fucking broadcasts. Because in the beginning, I did not listen to that message from Star. You might not have thought there was anything going on in my face, but I'm gonna have a very nice talk with her later. I'm gonna have a very nice talk with her later. I'm gonna have a very nice talk with my woman later. The streamer is excited and is excited about what he's going to tell his woman. Because to go from a heartfelt breakdown of how motherhood has changed her for the better to what this fucking person believes motherhood is and how they frame their motherhood and their conceptions of it around, I'm not even worried about you doing sex shit, bro. No, this is the end, horror. We're about to end. I'm not even worried about the sex shit, bro. I'm not even worried about the sex shit. Found families are meant to stay together, unlike their biological families. This is the piece that we said we were going to come back to. All right? I gotta drag this all the way down here, because I gotta bring it all the way over to this. Just wait until I watch the honesty video. That's a problem for Carl next week. I'm past Carl from his perspective. I'm gonna laugh at him, because I can see how bad this is gonna get, and I don't gotta worry about that. I'm about to play fucking Monster Hunter after we're done with this. This is something for future Carl to deal with. And future Carl is gonna repeat the exact same shit I'm about to say here. Once I get it on screen, I gotta scroll there. I gotta pull it all the way down to the fucking file, down to where it's relevant. But right here, where you said that found families are meant to stay together, unlike your biological family, and then you bragged about the things that your son trusts you with, and then you made fun of your mother, technically, by saying maybe she knew that she was never going to be really happy raising me, framing me, that she would always see herself as sacrificing her life for my own, and that it's a personal affirmation to keep her on the straight and narrow, and then talking shit about traditions, and philosophizing yourself about a bunch of shit. You are telling me that this is how you frame your understanding of your mother. And this is how you see yourself to your, I'm assumptively assuming, because I haven't seen anything that says that they are born cis. I'm pretty sure both of them are trans. This is how you and your woman see each other. Much like how Star has had to change herself in order for our relationship to work. Another form of found family is supposed to be when you're able to make relationships work. When you have two people that could not be any more the opposite of the other. Where they still have their congruencies. And it is no secret that Star and I come from homes that struggle with different types of brokenness. One of the things that pulls the two of us together is the fact that we understand this, and we are working from two ends of the same line of thought. I come not necessarily from big money, but I came from more well-adjusted household with some very, very deep personal family secrets that were being kept from me. Whereas she came from poverty, struggling on and sometimes below and under the line of poverty, with family secrets of her own that were never really communicated to her by her mother, that she had to piece together over time. And the two of us are together because of the fact that we can rely on each other. And that ultimately, we do not keep secrets from each other. We talk through them. We deal with them. The pressures, the pain, the anxiety, etc. And that found families can begin from as simple as your friend circle or your romantic partners. But let me tell you about something that I've come to accept and like. One, a part of the family structure for her child is that that child does not have a maternal grandparent left in this world. They are both dead. He has a paternal grandparent in the form of the biological parents' grandparents, whom which have absolutely no reason to care for or invite me into their home. Yet they live literally around the corner and down the street from me, and welcome me into their home, no questions asked. And upon witnessing me interact with them and what effectively would be the mother of their grandchild, understood, oh, they gonna be together forever. Meanwhile, even on my side of the family, he technically would have a grandparent in my parent. But mostly my sister and my mother kind of want nothing to do with Star. And then, thus by proxy, want nothing to do with Zulian. And yet, at any point in the future, if something were to happen, they would still be there for him. The same way they would be for my mother's actual grandchild, through an unfortunate coupling of my brother's baddest choices with the worst girl that he could find, tying them together. And I promise you, I have absolutely no love lost for my fucking nephew, like for my nephew Zulian. Or, excuse me, not Zulian, but what did we name him? I'm forgetting my nephew's goddamn name. Holy shit. No, I'm remembering. But, we call him Juju for short. But, for my nephew Juju. Some of you who have actually been here for the longest time in my content, you've actually seen some Twitch VOD clips and some memorable old footage of him in the house during the beginnings of when, COVID would happen. During my factory service arcs. Some of you have seen him in here. You've either seen him or you've heard him. Both of these children have families. And now, granted, the found family aspect is usually people who have no familiar relationship to you, but the sheer community that exists from these neighbors here, the neighbors from my old house, ex-coworkers who still talk to me on social media, personal friends from college, the friends of those friends from college, advisement council, friends of the family, those that have been friends for the longest time, who have not seen me in person for years, and people who know me through the internet. One of which, he was a community member who lives in West Point, near our town. Those of you here in the audience, if you've ever given me any amount of money within the last 2 to 3 years, or anything like these upgrades, there is so much love, acceptance, understanding, preparation, and patience that I am prepared to give and I am prepared to do. And the majority of people in that village prepared to embrace this boy. Boys, technically, plural, including the nephew. And somehow, Leadhead preaches love and has nothing but open contempt for everything, and negotiates and explains that hatred every step of the way, because at no point in time do they ever try to pay forward this lesson plan of thought and understanding and communication, and about how they worked on it for themselves. Not once did they try to bring any of that intelligentsia, any of that, let me use the correct words, philosophy, to apply it on themselves in their life. And so, they have already failed themselves. They failed themselves, they failed their family. They are not building something. They are slowly poisoning it over time. And it's on that note that I'm going to end the stream. I thank each and every one of you for coming and listening, especially those that are from outside of my audience. Hi, I'm Carl, and this is my chat. The biggest message I want to leave you all with is that when you choose to give words different definitions to try and avoid sounding like a hypocrite, and then you continue to still be a hypocrite, intelligent, and you define yourself as stupid because you can't even apply the basic lesson of the shit that you're doing in front of you to other things in your life, it clearly defines that you don't truly understand the responsibility that you have in tow. And I am thankful every single day for what I have, and try to work hard to be in the position to deserve to earn what I don't. Because it can all go up like that in a single instant. I am most definitely not the man that I used to be before. Not at all. I'm by no means perfect. Oh no, I will. Don't worry, I'm going back over it. I'm just redefining it through new words. I am by no means the same man that I was before. And I will never be every day. Because every day I'm a different person. Because I have to learn and grow from both interactions and the consequences of my choices. And try to be better. Because other people are depending on me. Success is my only option. Failure is not an option. I cannot fail because I not only have my own family on my shoulders, I've got Star and Zuni on my shoulders. I also have my nephew on my shoulders, who right now does not have a good household and is being failed by me and everyone else because he's not running up and down these hallways in safety where I can see him. And every single bit of a foundation for someone like Leadhead to make the content they do, well, that just infuriates me on a personal level. So, as I leave you all, I want you to consider and think about what we've gone over here. And when you show it to your friends, should they ever have never seen a stream from Single Player Carl, and I hope they forgive the tech issues. Those are literally out of my control. I want them to consider what motherhood is to them, what parenthood is to them, and then go hug your moms. Go talk to them. Try to say what you're thankful for. When Thanksgiving rolls around this year, consider this video, and then consider the shit that must be going on in Leadhead's life. And then ask yourself, what made them really that fucking mad? That they would insult the very thing that they want to become, and then say that they were praising it. And then, if you have kids, and you are with the mother of your child, I want you to go into the other room, look at them in the eyes, and really explain to them how much you appreciate them, and what they do for you in their lives. Just make space for them, and tell them how much you love them. Okay. I think that's good. Thank you for everyone who supported with donations to the stream. I appreciate it. It all goes to a wonderful donation to the United Negro Carl Fund, where a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. Have a good night, everybody. When we go over this topic again, I'm not going to be so nice about what I say. We will cover each one of those videos. I think the most we could do is 2, but at least 1 a VsChat. We're not going to do them back to back. We're going to try and really this out. We're going to suss this shit the fuck out. Because this is just the beginning. All this writing chat, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. We are writing truly the psychology of a sociopath and how they try to define themselves as right. A narcissist at the end of the day. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to understand it. Because truthfully, we have to find out why They decided to do all this. Not just, yeah, I'm gonna have a found family. Yeah, I'm gonna have a found family full of queers. I'm gonna have a found family full of queers, and I'm gonna be looking at them like they're gonna be sexual property, friends with benefits. I'm gonna get involved with people that I consider to be my kids, but I'm also going to now look at them differently because, you know, that sexual dynamic's past, for the most part. I'm gonna make content that's female coded. And then I'm going to say that all the people who are attacking me, they're just chuds. They don't have a single enthusiastic, intelligent thing to say. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let them get bored and moved on. They don't understand what it means to be a true blue, dyed-in-the-grief communist. They're not doing real praxis. I'm going to practice that ass. I'm going to praxis that ass. We're going to make it up to criminal in this one, chat. Goodbye. Goodbye.